Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Shadow and Sun Show. Welcome to your Saturday night sci-fi shadow chat. I've got me, uh, the one and only Omanal. How you doing,
Hey,
bro?
I'm doing okay. Trying to figure
Glad
out
to
how to
hear
do
it.
some
Glad to hear it.
Pekaz
How's the
stuff.
little one?
Oh, well, he's not doing
Not
his
so
work
little.
yeah, I know. Well, I've been trying to tell him to do his work. He said, okay, I'll do it. And he's like, well, I didn't finish it up. I'm like, look, you got to set aside time to do your homework. So anyway, um, that's fine. It's But then his mother's like, I tell him, I'm like, yeah, but you have to force him. He's a teenager. You can't expect him to be autonomous.
Jackie had a miraculous talent he must have obtained from this guy of procrastinating and getting it all done just at the last freaking minute. I tried breaking him of it, but nope. But he went and passed his driver's written test first try, almost no studying from what I saw. Maybe he did, but I didn't see any of it. First go done. Now he's just got to do the driving thing, and he's already got a new car. Before I know it, he's going to be having kids, and I'll be worm poop, and everything will be right with the world, right? But I had a really fun game with OGGM. No
Good.
words, George. We played some of his. Here, let me show you. Uh, Sorry, I want to keep rubbing this in off grid. Or off grid. God, I'm so sorry. OGGM. Off grid's another guy, completely different guy.
Yeah.
Thank you, bad news. OGGM's Vigilantes for Shadow Dark. That is the front cover.
Okay.
That's
Very
the side.
1930s. Okay. What is it, about
No
250 pages?
title. No
Oh, yeah.
title.
What's that,
I'm like,
250
dude,
pages?
it is about 133.
That's
One of
all?
my characters is in here, and some thank yous, which I really appreciate. But the other character that I created for his game that I was actually running today, that I was more looking forward to seeing his name in print and all that, didn't make it because they screwed up. So I'm going to get this copy for free. But I made up one character, a female librarian named Brainstorm with telekinesis and some other abilities, and then I made up Mr. Mirage, who's kind of on the front cover. This guy right here,
Mm-hmm.
your 1940s uh, Sergeant Joe Friday with the Shadows powers. Uh, didn't make the book. They screwed up. Um, I don't know when he's going to take the driving test. He's actually over at family visiting for the night. Um, but we'll see. I'll keep you guys posted. Thanks again, Bad News Bards. The link's in my Discord. If you're not in my Discord, what are you doing with your life? Feel free to come in. George, of course, you've got carte blanche. You get the keys to the side door there. I was going to say the other thing, but that just opens up other jokes. My kid didn't even have to do parallel parking or 3 point turns. I had to in a station wagon. You know, I asked them to bring me home the written test. There was no written test. It was all online. I'm like, crap. So I wanted to prove that, I could pass the test. I couldn't get my driver's license because I had seizures up until my 50s, and they weren't going to give me a license until I was 5 years without seizures. And when I was finally done with that, it was COVID, and they wanted me to wear a mask and have my shots to get in the car with their guy. And I'm like, screw you guys, I'll wait. And
Just roll down the window, dude. No, I'm just kidding. No,
right.
no, I'm laughing. I'm laughing out loud. No, I understand. No, I had to, when I went to Chicago to renew my license, they made me retake the driver's test, which is
Uh-huh.
fine. I was like, okay. But here's what I love. Even though we're in the United States, everything else, they would not put any symbols or words on the sides. They're like, well, guess what this is? Well, yeah, I understand that eight, a red sign that has 8 octagons on it is the stop sign. But have you ever seen a stop sign without a stop on it? I mean, or they had another one with it has the little pentagon like a triangle for a school, but it
Uh-huh.
didn't say school. Like, really? And I was like, okay, I can pass it, but how about you put some English words on there like we see in every sign in every state I've ever been to? And I've been to like 30 of them. Um,
My first car, George, was a 64 or a 68 Dodge Coronet. I swear to God, it was like 15 feet long, had a 440 big block. I bought it from some biker guys. I was gonna say call them bikers. Yeah, that's what it was. I bought it for $100 in the '80s. It could do 0 to 60 in about 50 yards. It was just a beast. So much so that my best friend's girlfriend went out and had a Mr. Yuck sticker, and that became its nickname was Mr. Yuck. But it was great because I mean you could fit like the entire band in the back seat. I mean, it was huge. You could fit like three, maybe even four people in the front seat. There was no divider or anything like that. It was just like freaking massive. And I don't remember whatever happened to it. I think we left it on the side of the road because we never registered it, never did anything. It was just like, you want this car? It's $100. Yeah. And we got away with a lot of stuff in it, but occasionally it would break down. Whenever I loaned it to my buddy, it would break down or run out of gas. Oh, don't miss it. I've owned several cars. I just never had a driver's license, and never really driven without like one of my ex girlfriends like trying to teach me to drive. If you know what I mean. And so I know that like if I got behind the wheel right now without a driver's license and I got stopped, the judge would just throw the book at me. You've never had a driver's license. You're almost 60, and we catch you behind the wheel of a car. You've probably been driving the whole time, huh? Boom. Life in
So
prison.
I had to renew my driver's license last week, and of course, since they want all the proof that you're a citizen and stuff, I was like, "Oh, you have to get your birth certificate." I'm like, "I don't know where my birth certificate is." I said, "Well, I'll just go find my passport." And like everything else, you put your passport somewhere where you won't forget it, and you forget where you put it. So I spent 3 weeks looking for this thing. At the last minute, I said, "Hey, maybe it's in this little pouch right over here I have on the side of my computer." Unzip it and found out both my passports. Like, oh, good. Because I have one official one and one tourist one. So, but yeah, I just had to laugh at that. Really? And then my other favorite is we don't know who you are, despite the fact we've had your fingerprints on file for 25 years.
Right?
Really, guys? Like, why don't you just use that? Why, if you know who I am and you have a social security number, you should be able to pull up pretty quickly whether I'm a
Yeah.
U.S. citizen. And
Yeah, you would think. You'd think.
well, I mean, you have a social security number, and I've been fingerprinted since I was a little kid. So at this point,
Well,
you
yeah,
know
me
who I
too, but
am.
for completely different reasons. Not going into that, but yeah, I mean,
Well,
how
well, I
hard is
mean,
it, guys?
well, I mean, look, I've been fingerprinted by the government so many times. At this point, you know who
Yeah,
I
me
am.
too, but completely different reasons.
Yeah, but I mean, I know, but it's like, you have my
Almost
entire
never
history.
been in
Like, well, we
trouble.
don't know
Ever.
what happened to you. Well, this is
I
probably why
don't.
you lost me in Iraq for like 8 months. Yeah. They're like, we didn't know you were over there. Like, people had to sign off on this. How did you not know I was there? Yes.
Yeah, I've never had a passport. I don't see getting one now.
I find it useful for just certain things because you don't have
Well,
to do
yeah,
all of the birth certificates and all that other crap.
no, no, not here. Jackie had his passport, had his student ID, had a bunch of things. They would not let him take the test until we found a photocopy of his birth certificate, which was really
Really?
weird. A photocopy, really? A photocopy of the birth certificate's fine, but a
I mean,
passport
I was
isn't.
in Chicago and we didn't have to do that because for your passport, which they can verify as long as it's still good,
Right.
you have to provide your birth certificate anyway. So I don't
Uh,
understand what the problem is.
and now they're taking your picture not just at the airport, but everywhere you go, whether you like it or not. And not a fan of that either.
No, I have to laugh because
George, welcome to the show.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
yep,
we just can't see but half of you. Can you
that's
center
okay.
your
Yeah.
camera a little better?
That's
Because
okay.
otherwise, we're just going to call you
Let's
Two
see.
Face, and you don't have the cool super villain
Oh,
backstory.
no, it went
Maybe
off.
it
Oh,
maybe it does.
oh,
What happened there?
so you want to talk about making
You turned the
miniatures
camera on.
while he's playing?
I just touched it and it went crazy.
So no, I bought all of that stuff from Monolith because they were having 50% sale. I was
Mhm.
like, oh, cool, I can buy all these, and I love the minis. I mean, I need to paint, but I don't want to. Anyway, it's a huge stack, and I kid you not, if I stack it on all the boxes right now, it would probably go up to about maybe 5 feet, and that's not including the boxes they missed. But and I have to get a miniature market because they're the shipper. Miniature market does not want to send a second box, so I'm missing a bunch of stuff that I ordered. And then they said completed, and I wrote to them and said, "Look, I am frustrated and dismayed. This happened one time." I said, "Okay, I understand people make mistakes,
All right.
but when it happens a second time, I said now it's a pattern. It's not a mistake." So I hopefully they'll remedy it because I really do love Egyptian gods and Greek gods. You know, they're just the monsters are just the best.
They looked cool, but I got too many other things going on right now with the um,
Dungeons and Lasers.
no. That's excuse me. Sorry, I knew that was coming. I've got uh, the Harbinger edition for the Arduin trilogy, which I'm going to buy 2 copies because I get the discount, and then I could hand off 2 copies to people later on down the road. And then I've got some. I have to finish getting the Bronze Age miniatures. They call them Wasteland Mutants, but
Yeah.
they're really the 4-armed Martians from John Carter. Um, pewter miniatures, 54 millimeters tall, phenomenal sculpts. But he discontinued the metal line, and he saved some for me, and I'm going to get some in the mail Monday. But I got to get the other ones, and before they're just not available. So I don't know how much that's going to cost, but I'm going to do that. And then I have to send even more money to George and Dave because there's a bunch of new minis. After I take care of that, we'll see what's on the menu. I'm normally I spend like a shit ton of money every month on games and stuff, but I'm trying to put a little bit more money away for Jackie and another project that I'll talk about later. So I'm saving about half of that money that I would normally spend. So I've cut down my budget. I did get lucky on eBay this afternoon, and I got 10 packs of Reaper metal miniatures in the blister pack for $30. So that was like score because they were mostly stuff I was going to buy elsewhere anyways. And with my last video on Reaper and their super shitty 3D printed minis, I just like I better grab the metals while because it looks like they're going to go the route of just of we're not going to do metal anymore. We're just going to do 3D prints and that cheap crappy plastic shit. And I'm like, I guess I'll stop buying from you because there are plenty of other companies out there that make metal, and it's one thing. Their bones black; those are okay, but they're still resin. They're not plastic. God knows what that resin will do to you, over the long haul. And there's no telling how long any of these plastics and resins will last. And as you know, that's my big thing. If it doesn't last, if it's not built to last, I really don't want it. The only thing I'm okay with buying on the super cheap is paintbrushes from China.
And see, I don't mind the hard plastic if
No,
it's
we're still here,
injection,
Bloodworth.
but no, this what got me is I was looking at the Mythic games and they had Poseidon with the Scylla miniature, which looks gorgeous. You know, when you look at
Oh, I'm certain.
and I'm like, oh,
We
come
can
on.
see you, Bloodworth.
But then they left out they missed like 5 of my boxes. I'm like, really, guys? Because it was the Atlas, the stretch goals, and then the regular Pantheon, which that's like 100 plus miniatures, and then they had the
Wow.
Basset, the Egyptian one, which has like another 70 or 80 miniatures, and then while I was going through, I said, you know what? I got all these boxes from my Kingdom Death monster stuff. I was like,
Oh, dude, I so wanted to get into that. Some of that stuff was amazing, but that literally looked like a lifestyle choice.
yeah, and it's kind of risque with a lot of the
What?
items, but
Yeah,
but
I'm okay. Dude, if you saw what's on my desk right now, you'd be like, "Oh, okay."
anyway, I
Mr.
was going like,
Bloodworth, how is the Bahamas?
The Bahamas is very good.
Yeah, it
Really
looks
been
good.
enjoying ourselves, and tonight's the last night. We'll be
Ooh,
heading
and you
home,
decided to
hopefully.
stop in and say hi. I appreciate that, brother.
Yes. Yeah, hopefully we get home in time. I'm hoping to get home by 7:30 tomorrow. Hopefully there's no flight delays or anything like that, like we had coming. Holy shit.
Are you going through Atlanta?
No, we're not going through Atlanta. When we flew down, we couldn't go over the Atlantic. We ended up flying up and around Atlanta.
Well, no, the reason I'm joking about that is Atlanta during this time of year always has thunderstorms, so that's why.
Yeah.
It's like going through
Yeah.
Chicago
Well,
during winter.
coming down,
Like,
we had to avoid the entire Atlantic Ocean. They rerouted us. First, they had us. We had I want to say it was like a 12:45 flight. We didn't. We taxied, and then around like 1:20, they put us in an hour, an hour and a half wait. So we're just idling on the not the runway, but the taxiway for like 90 minutes while they were trying to reroute us. Then they finally found a reroute, and they said, "All right, it's 700 miles longer, but we have to refuel now because we don't have enough, to get there."
yeah.
On the fuel that we've just been burning for the last 90 minutes. So they brought us back into the terminal. Although we did not deplane. We had the option to, but then you'd have to check everything back in again, which was like, all right, no. So that was another hour sitting there while they refueled us. Then we took off and we avoided the entire Atlantic Ocean. We shot down towards Atlanta, and then we just started cutting across. We crossed over Florida, and then finally, into the Caribbean to Nassau. So overall, we were on the plane from, I want to say 12:30, because we got on the plane at 12:30, and we got off at 7:30. So a 2-hour and 20-minute flight became 7 hours.
This is why I don't like doing connecting flights unless I put 3 or 4 hours between each one.
Yeah, well, no, this wasn't a connecting flight.
No,
This was supposed to be direct. Yeah.
I know because
Yeah.
I've flown overseas enough that I had one time where my plane got delayed, and then San Francisco, they force you to leave the airport to go to the international version.
Right.
And like, I'm already 2 hours late. It takes me an hour to get out and go back through. Yeah, and that was for work. And I was like, "Do you want me to go forward? Or do you just want me to come home?" And I'm like, "Well, go forward." So
Yeah.
I ended up in Cambodia without any, with only the clothes on my back. And I've learned always carry a spare set of clothes in your carry-on, just from that one reason. And every night I would go into the shower and just use my soap to wash my clothes.
Right.
Then I'd use the iron to dry them off. But no, that was an interesting experience.
But anyway, we had great weather. New resort. We never stayed at this resort before.
What's up, Steven?
It's been a great week here because they just celebrated their Independence Day yesterday.
Oh, okay,
So,
cool.
It was a pretty big deal. So they, had a good time. And then, but yeah, it was nice.
I do have to laugh because I'm the kind of person that people said, "Oh, you can go on vacation to relax." I'm like, if I want to relax, I'll stay at home.
Yeah. No, it was pretty relaxing. I mean, each day we went to the beach.
Holman's Mr. International around these parts. He's probably been everywhere.
Only been to the Middle East and Cambodia and Europe. So
only. So he left out China and Russia and Australia. The three.
Well, does Hong Kong count? Is China? If it does, I flew into Hong Kong.
All right. Yeah, that's sort of China.
Well, and technically, I also flew out of Taiwan, so I guess that counts as China too.
Yeah. Okay, so you left out all the other really, really dangerous places. Except
I've only been to Saudi Arabia.
The most dangerous place I've been is probably Chicago and Dallas.
Saudi Arabia, kind of Iraq, Italy, Canada, United States, and obviously and Bahamas. Yeah, those are the that's the full extent of foreign travel is just the Bahamas, Canada, Italy, and Saudi Arabia.
I was disappointed because, you know, when I was a child, we lived in Germany, and so we used to go to all these countries. They put all the stamps in your passports. But I think the last time I was in Europe, because you have the Schengen treaty, they only stamp it once. It's like, oh, I'm missing out on all these stamps in my passport.
Yeah, I think
Doesn't matter
that's
if you
similar.
cross 6 countries.
Yeah, I remember that happening to us. We were taking a train to like from like Spain to France, and they didn't stamp us. We were all disappointed.
It's like, I want more in my passport.
You're not on view.
I've never been to Canada, and most of the other places I've been to were very, very south of the border, and that's all I'm saying.
I came up here because I have a pounding headache.
All right. I'll log out. Don't worry.
Looking at my passport, I do have. Well, that one. So my official passport has a lot more stamps in it, but well, they're all Iraqi stamps, oddly enough. So figure that out. But yeah, I just have to.
How about you, George? Where you been?
Canada. That's the first one. So a couple of times, and then been to Bahamas. That was a cruise or something, and we went to Greece several times. My family's from Greece originally, so
Which part?
They're from Sparta, but like a lot of them live in Athens.
Oh, okay. See, my family was from the Laconia area, and the other one from Athens. So.
Okay. Yeah. Laconia. Yeah, they were. Yeah, my mom's family is like north of the city of Sparta, and my
listen, guys, I'm gonna have to log. So
well, have fun.
Having safe travel
with you over the next, next day or two for certain.
Absolutely, safe travels. Give the family a hug for us.
Yep.
I'll see you Monday or Tuesday.
Yep. Take care.
Yeah, my grandfather had enough stories from Greece that he never wanted to go back. So
my dad. Yeah, my dad's from like south of Sparta. So I guess it's interesting because there's like two different waves. I guess my family comes from. Like, so my dad's family. My dad came in like the 50s. Like, and he actually went to Canada first. Yeah. Like you're saying, your granddad. So he might have been more like my great granddad came to the States. And so, like, my dad has relatives like in Baltimore and places like that.
This was probably pre-World War I for my grandparents. They came over, then they so my grandfather was born here, and so was my grandmother. But my grandmother's family, I guess she was more of Athens, but yeah, they went over there, and I guess my great grandmother, she wanted to have kids with her family, so she went back to Greece. While my grandfather was here in Maine. What was that?
Never mind.
Anyway, but she went back to Greece and died during childbirth. And so my grandfather and his brother were stuck there while my great grandfather tried looking for another wife. And after he married her, he said, "Oh, by the way, I have 2 kids in Greece," and brought it back. Yeah, she was not that friendly towards them, and my grandfather got a lot of flack from her because, she was mad about that. So
no,
yeah,
really, little thing like that.
I know.
Yeah.
Hey,
So I think my great grandfather came around the same time, like before World War I.
You got that too bad news.
And but like my grandfather didn't go. Like he was like the oldest brother, so he stayed in America. But his other brothers came. So like my dad had a bunch of cousins and stuff in Baltimore and Oregon and places like that. But then I think the great grandfather came back too because my dad came back to Greece at some point because my dad said he's the one who taught him how to read and write. Kind of a character, that guy, but yeah.
But my grandfather looked like the Shah of Iran. I'm sorry, my grandfather looked like the Shah of Iran, and he had it. Well, the problem was where they lived was a bunch of they were all very poor, like, and so the money being sent back wasn't being spent on him; it was being spent on his aunt's kids, and so they were kind of starving. So he always had this like to him, the Great Depression was a great time to be alive. But
Yeah.
but he was well. Some that was
So you're saying he was George Soros?
No, I'm saying that my grandfather knew how much worse it could be and thought the U.S. was the greatest after spending time starving in Greece.
Yeah.
I mean, it was up to the point where they looked at dogs as competition for food,
Yeah,
and
it was pretty bad. Like
yeah.
both my great grandparents, well, two of my great grandparents died young. Was it great grandparents? Yeah, we got two. Yeah, it should be four. So not the one that I was talking about that came to America, but two of
Yes.
them died young. My maternal ones, my mom's maternal grandfather and my So and that's one of the things that crazy that happened was my grandmother my grandmother married my grandfather on my father's side because like her dad died, so they're like, and meanwhile my grandfather was like in Turkey during the like post World War One kind of insanity,
Yes. Yeah.
and then he comes back and he's just like, okay, you're marrying your like third cousin or something like that. So yes, back to I guess it sort of happens, but not that close. I think well, not really third cousin. They had the same last name, which is like a fifth cousin or something. It's a very clannish world
Oh
back
yeah.
then.
Oh yeah. My especially in that area, because I was looking it
Yeah.
up, and boy, there are stories about when the Turks landed and the women, because I was reading about the Mani, the area where they were.
Oh
And
yeah, just south of Sparta.
yeah, well, that's where they were. Anyway, they got so the Turks landed and the women and the old men got out and beat them back with farming implements. And we're talking
Yeah.
18 and won. That's what got me. And they won. It wasn't
Yeah.
like
That's
Yeah,
awesome.
it's like the Mani's kind of, if you ever look at Greece, it's kind of, at least the southern part, the of the mainland. It almost looks like three fingers sticking out. Well, actually four, because there's also I don't know. There's actually like a fourth one, but okay,
Yeah.
I can't think. But the middle finger, yeah, they literally live on the middle finger. It's perfect for them. And it's like an honor culture. Like think of like a sort of hillbilly, sort of Southern honor kind of thing, like sort of mixed with the gun, big gun culture, very independent, very clannish too. Because like, they're also like have their own beasts with each other
Oh yeah.
in their place as well. So that's why they don't like.
Well,
I guess.
And that's apparently why my great grandfather had to leave. Is he shot a man
Yeah.
that was molesting a woman, and they're all like, "You have to leave. They're going to come kill you." And so I was like, "Well,
Yeah.
all right." It was just, I don't know if that story is true or not, but that's what my uncle told me.
It has the same, like with my grandfather, the one that came to America.
Yes.
Sorry, great grandfather that came to America. Same thing. There's a story that supposedly he got on a boat and came to Greece just to shoot his sister for some reason, and then he went back to America. So that's like also apocryphal.
It's as people talk about Afghanistan, but like, look, these are still Catholic, these were still Orthodox, and they still acted the same way. The mountain people, whether it's Gurkhas, Afghans, or that whole area part of Greece, that was all. Mountain people are a whole different breed. They're
one of the things, like I guess because they had so many years of occupation with the Turks, like if you look at the villages and stuff, like a lot of them are relatively new, but a lot of the older ones were deep in the mountains just to keep away from people, and it's kind of made that culture.
And they're all built like small fortresses.
Yeah, I remember my one of my uncles, like my aunt's husband, he's like from this very, very small village. At the time, in the 60s, it would have been like 4 families still lived there, and they said the valley was so steep that you barely got like sunlight in it. It's like maybe a few hours a day there would be sunlight. Yeah.
Anyway, I felt like it's a really pretty area, except it was so remote, for so long. They were, even the Turks kind of like, hey, just get some tribute. We're not going to try like really, invading it because it's just not worth it.
Yeah. I think one thing with the Mani, when Greece was getting their independence, I think when they picked like their first president, somebody had a beef with them from the Mani, and and assassinated like their first president. So yeah, it wasn't like America where we got our first president and we had sort of we're not gonna overthrow him. We'll have a decent transition of power after him.
Well, yeah, it was. Well,
Um,
that was still, well, if it's honor, it's just this. But I was looking back at some of the history, like, no, the whole goal was to run out the whole branch of the family if there was a
Yeah.
beef. It wasn't just like one
Yeah.
person; like the entire family would be, exterminated if they didn't leave.
Yeah.
That's rough, man.
Have you been to Greece or?
No, I have not. My
Ah.
grandfather just had stories about it. His story was he and his brother had wandered off from the village for several days. They were following the coastline. They stopped in the cave because it was raining and things like that. And they saw a man with a lady, and so they did that. And then they kept going, and they went into a church. And the only place that looked like a good place to sleep was a coffin. So they slept in a coffin because it was padded. Anyway, they got back to the village. They said what they saw, and apparently the village elders to stop, because I think that they knew who the two people were, and they didn't want, a lot of bloodshed. Where the husband would kill the wife and things like that.
Yeah.
They said, "Oh, you have been possessed by the devil," and so they had to go through an exorcism. so
Yeah.
then the other one was, and he said he used to get beaten all the time. Was at the time they used to think that ghosts would come over and knock on the door in the night.
Yeah.
So what you would do is if you heard a knock on the door, you'd open the door just enough and throw a piece of bread, and that's what they would do. And he said so one day they heard knock, at night, and he opens the door all the way, not enough to just a crack like you're supposed to. He opened it all the way. He says, "Oh, there was just some guy wandering around the village trying to get some bread." But anyway, but he said he got beaten for that one. It's like, no, those are ghosts. You're not supposed to,
That's how Halloween got started.
Stephen Kennedy,
that was
I am painting
one of the
some Reaper fire beetles that are made out of a clear, translucent plastic. And all I did was paint the underside neon orange, and I'm doing their legs black. So they kind of, have this weird color changing effect. But, I wish they would have just done it in orange clear plastic instead of making, it would be a lot less work for me and they'd probably look better. But, it's fun stuff.
That's the problem, is everyone has these clear plastics, and I love the idea of them, but they really need to have little lights in them or something to make them really pop. Otherwise, they're just kind of rather
You're not wrong.
almost.
But and we do have those micro LEDs that they could do it with, but the problem isn't that. It's not even, fitting the wires in, through the legs so that they go to the battery underneath. It's the battery underneath. You're going to have to make it so that it's you can change the battery, and that's where the real trouble lies: is the battery, the switch, and the mechanism to keep the battery in.
What would be
one of
kind of
these days
cool?
they would do it, but
Have you ever seen those where it kind of pulls it off of a board, and you can put it on the board, and it gets the power from that way?
kind of like the old football game.
Yeah, where it doesn't do anything on its own until you put the figure on a board. That to me would be really cool. But I'm just saying that it's one of those things that the idea is really cool, but once it's implemented, it never turns out as good as if you just painted it yourself.
I don't know if you guys remember a couple of years ago, there was someone who was making a game piece. It was kind of like imagine like a 2-inch tall, 1 by 1 inch clear plastic like pillar, and inside would be a hologram of whatever piece you wanted, whatever miniature or image, and you could program it by plugging it into your computer and going, downloading the files, and then it would be that image or that image. And I don't know whatever happened to that, but I know that they were like, it's like under $200 for one of the pieces, right? But it could be any piece, but you only got one. So either you got that one player who's like, yeah, that's my character miniature, read it and weep kind of thing, be jealous of my hologrammatic, next level playing piece. But I mean, until the whole board is like that, and when they can do that, they're just going to make 3D Star Warsian chess, you know, boards for gaming, and then we lose all the tactile enjoyment out of it, and it just becomes another high tech video game. Which, don't get me wrong, I'll play the shit out of that, but I'll still, take time to go paint my miniatures. The problem with glow in the dark paint, Stephen, is that 99.9% of it, no matter what color it is, it glows green. Finding paint that glows red or blue, like I have, is like $20 for like a tiny little amount. But unfortunately, the paint itself, when it's dry and not glowing, looks
It, it's
this.
it's a
It's
yeah,
this.
it's kind of a matte. It's kind of like an off whitish green.
Yeah,
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 it's
yeah.
not very
It's
attractive.
whatever glow in the dark plastic color is, kind of like my Elvira. Whatever color plastic it is, it's gonna look like that until you turn out the lights, and then it'll glow. That's cool, but we need both worlds. They can do it. It's just going to be so expensive and possibly radioactive. So we'll see. We'll see. Speaking of glow in the dark, George, I did not get
Mhm.
your vote. Do not tell me whose gun you thought was better in the Super Soaker Challenge.
Oh, I
Send
didn't.
me a private message along with Armstrong, and Mike and Jen need to do the same thing. Nobody sent me the message.
Where'd
If
they
they
post
would have,
them?
I would have sent the prize out in the mail today. But no, and thank you. I used to hang out with Cassandra like
Where are
every
they
Friday.
posted?
Excuse me, every Friday afternoon after school, we would go to KZY, the radio station, and she'd hand us all each a big old handful of Midnight at the Movies free admission tickets,
Oh,
and we did that for
there we
like
go.
2 years. Me and my friends would just be like, uh, you know, just stupid teenagers not knowing, the sad truth that she's playing for the other team. Well, maybe she wasn't then, but you know what I mean. And she was cool. Her chauffeur was cool. We always thought that was like her boyfriend, but I don't know. It was cool though because I got to see Rocky Horror Picture Show, Lord of the Rings, Song Remains the Same, Pink Floyd, The Wall, The Wizards, Dawn of the Dead, and something else. We would alternate, but mostly we went to Rocky Horror Picture Show because that's where the girls were. Um,
Ah,
I'll
it's
bet
two
you do,
guns.
Baptist. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. Good times. I kind of miss that, but I'm kind of glad that they don't do some of that stuff anymore. Because when we were doing that, uh, we might crash because we were uh, drunk or whatever, but we would never get shot. You know. Um, thanks. I have a bunch. Yeah, yeah. We got into our own kind of trouble, but nothing life threatening. Um, and if it was our own because we were being stupid, not somebody else's, or never violence, never got into a fight, uh, going to the movies like that at night. Um, I don't know, just different time, different place. Did you guys do any of that crazy shit in high school?
I was pretty well
No,
behaved.
I
I
was
was too afraid to get in trouble.
I did more with my I mean in my high school, in the final year,
Mhm.
I would chip in for them to get drunk, and then I would just remember everything, but I didn't actually like drinking. And then I remember one guy, he got kind of aggravated at me because we were throwing marshmallows into the fire, in the coals. And I was
Mhm.
just like watching him work like a slinky, and I thought it was the coolest thing. He's like, "Man, I hate you. I can only have fun when I'm drunk. You shouldn't have fun and all the other stuff." Like, yeah, what's wrong? Uh, but yeah, no, I remember one of my friends went to jail because he was in an armed robbery. I'm like, what are you
Mm.
doing, dude? Just
Yeah,
stupid crap. You're just like,
I mean, we
guys.
had a couple of self deletions, but that was a totally different thing. My good friend Stacy, she got killed before she graduated by a drunk driver, stuff like that, but nothing like real violence.
Yeah. I Now we didn't. We had one where the guy kind of, pulled the shotgun out and shot somebody, but but that was after I left.
The
So
closest thing we ever did to violence uh, was we went to, I think it was the Disneyland Hotel or the hotel next to it, and we stole a bunch of fire extinguishers.
yes,
And then we would drive around town, and there was this one road that we would go down where nobody was there, right? And
yeah.
then we would just like fire them out of the car, going like 60 miles an hour, and just big
Well,
old,
well, I
cloud. But
I
that,
mean, I didn't do that stuff as much as I had some friends up in Waco that had all sorts of stories about gun running and things like that. But that was a whole different story.
but don't get me wrong, I did carry a gun, but that was at a different school when I moved and stuff. But I was the only one.
Yeah.
And I didn't do it every day. I only did it for a while until I had to ditch it, and then I never saw it again. Just a cheap throwaway 38.
So I like I said, I didn't have to worry about that quite as much. I noticed the weird thing was is ours was pretty calm, and then it was like two classes behind me, and I guess it was. And I hate saying it was like the thuggery, it's all the stuff that you saw on TV that all started infecting the culture and everything else. Like, so this was never like my school. And again,
Mm-hmm.
I was in a school full of, we had a high level number of blacks, we had a high level number of Asians, and we had a high level number of whites for the most part. And so, but we didn't have that violence because usually being around a military town, they didn't put up with that crap. So it was,
Well, I mean, I was going to say, wait, you didn't have a high amount of Latinos,
no, not really. We had a lot more Asians.
but you were in Texas, right?
Yep, but you have to realize a lot of soldiers would marry people in Korea and Vietnam, and so they would come over and then they would have kids. So so a large number of my friends were Caucasian Asian. So
Okay.
I mean that was and the military tended to be 20% military, black anyway. So and being in the South, but most of it was all children of soldiers. So it
Okay,
was
I get you.
yeah. So it was not the same thing. Not that we really cared. Yeah, we had some Hispanics, but technically, no one likes to say this. Hispanics are white. They're just a different ethnic group. So it's like, yeah, it's ethnicity there. It's not race. Um, and I always laugh because I look at it and like, I'm more Hispanic than you are, even though your name is Vasquez or something.
Yeah, we didn't have a lot of blacks growing up in my day. I mean, literally, I could only count three
Yeah.
in Southern California that I knew, um, or knew of even,
Yes.
and it was just like I grew up around Latinos all my life. Just like
Yeah.
I was literally playing soccer with other kids before my wife was born.
Right. I mean, to be fair on this is, it's not that we didn't have some of them, but I didn't think anything of it. But for the longest time, it was,
Okay,
a lot of it was more
bad news.
southern,
Bad
San
news.
Antonio.
No, when you're in Orlando, they're called Cuban.
No,
If you're in New York, they're Puerto Rican. If you're in California or Texas, they're Mexican.
Union City, Jersey, they were Cubans.
no,
It
I'm
was
sorry.
like
I'm
the
sorry.
second biggest.
A lot of them are Tejano because my son's talking about stuff like, son, you understand these people have owned the land for like 200 years. They were here before, there was a Texas.
I've been watching a lot because I'm getting ready for a new D&D game, right?
Yeah.
That I'm going to run, and going to need your help, George, to make some adverts for that, maybe.
Okay.
I've been watching a lot of Teotihuacan and all the cool, Mayan, Aztec, Incan, Olmec, weird archaeological shit.
Yeah.
Um,
The really
Those
cool
are
stuff.
those are some bloodthirsty mother.
Well, you know what?
Speaking of Coco, how you doing, man? I hope you got the new info I sent you for your character.
But you know what I have to get it is everyone acts like, oh, well, they're just. I'm like, everyone was bloodthirsty. You know, that's what gets me about it. It's like, oh, really? Because George and I were just talking about the Greek, like, that they had the same mentality as the Afghans did.
Yeah.
So it didn't.
One
Yeah.
one interesting channel you guys might like. It's called History at the OK Corral.
Okay.
It's most of the show or stuff he talks about is the fights with the Indians, and
Yeah.
it's not like they imagine like, oh, they were just like being pushed off their land. These are basically prairie Mongols who didn't really work the land. Like they were not like their way of working the land would be to raid other Indians or Europeans and things like that and get their horses. And that was their lifestyle. It wasn't like they were like hunter gatherers. They would hunt buffalo here and there and stuff like that. And that was kind of, but they would the lifestyle was raiding the adjacent tribes or settlers.
Oh
And
yeah. I mean,
it's
that's especially the Comanche. The
mhm.
Comanche weren't well liked by a lot of them, and people forget about this. That's part of the reason that the Santa Ana wanted a lot of you American settlers, because he's like, look, this is an area where you have to, it was basically, here, you can have all this land, which, by the way, we can't conquer and tame because there are too many Comanches. Here, you deal with them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, the Comanches, they formed the Texas
Cool,
Rangers
cool, cool,
at some
cool.
point. It's some
Yeah.
really fascinating stuff. There's all these stories of like some kind of raid and they rape and pillage and murder and it's like and then of course the other end the Rangers or some group of settlers just got posse together to take revenge, or it was like, oh, they'll raid the Kiowa or the Cheyenne would raid the Kiowa. I think Arapaho was allied with the Cheyenne. There's a lot of that stuff, but really fascinating stuff. But it's like it's it's almost like it's not like it's almost something that happened. If you look at it in history, it's like when the like farmer civilizations met the hunter gatherers and the nomads, because the hunter gatherers in ancient times
Yep.
eventually kind of became the nomadic peoples, where they would like get some goats, raid across like the steppe, and tame the horse and raid the farmer peoples, because the
And
farmers peoples made things.
that was true of a lot of them. That was true for the what was it? The when people talk about the Turks and all that group,
Mhm.
they were all nomadic steppe people, basically, or that area, and they raided whatever was civilized, which of course at the time was the Romans. But yeah,
Yeah.
it just amazed me on how people are like, oh no, we have this noble savage idea, and like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
people
Yeah,
were rough back then. We have the we have the privilege and honor of living in a more civilized time.
Yeah. And you can kind of, I mean, it's odd because like, you can kind of treat it one way or romanticize it. I mean, you can have like Mongols are horrible, but we can
Oh yeah.
talk with some amount of respect about them. Like they had some interesting things, and they had their interesting ways of life and kind of a view of the world, which was probably the equivalent of like settled people were not human and who can destroy them, but things like that. But it was like they had some fascinating stuff about them, and I mean, it's like some of the interesting stuff about like the Cheyenne and stuff. The dog soldiers.
Yes.
They had that like they had like a spear and like kind of a rope, a ribbon attached from the spear to like their helmet or something. It was like they'd plant the spear down and they didn't move from that
Take care, Steven.
anywhere within that distance. Like like they couldn't like get away from the spear as far as the I guess the rope or some kind of, it was something tying them to the spear. I don't remember exactly what it was, but fascinating stuff like that. And there's some interesting stories about them, and these like stories that are like get handed down from like and so many of them is like inter-native violence, like the
Yes.
Crow versus the Cheyenne versus the Kiowa, the Sioux were like from like Wisconsin or someplace like that originally, and they got pushed over by some tribe that got pushed over by Europeans, and then they just sort of everybody had to move over a few
I
thousand
totally
miles.
agree, Coco. I don't think it's our natural state to be nice. Uh, we want to think otherwise, but we got to work real hard at it. It seems it's not natural. Uh, it should be, but it's not.
What am I doing wrong here?
You want a list?
Well, I'm trying to do. I've been putting it off. I'm trying to do some. I had some training a few weeks ago about doing flood mapping. And I was like, oh, okay. And of course, one of the guys was there, but he's like, I'm burned out. So he kept on distracting me the entire time. I said, well, I need to go back and redo this. So my goal was to do a few tonight, tomorrow night, and then just a couple in the morning. Just basically enough that I can get through the whole thing, answer the questions, and realize, all right, I know enough that I am not an expert at it. I will let our expert deal with this. but I mean, it's really cool and some of the things you can do. A little side note: if any of you love doing maps and things, it is really cool whenever you start taking. Because I always feel because it's much easier, but you have the digital elevation models of all these places within the United States, Hawaii, and everything else. And I love using those. One is it's really cool to do that, but man, most people don't know what these places are. And like I was using one of the islands of Hawaii, like this would make a fantastic sandbox where you can say, okay, you have the small village here, you have all the underwater over here, you have the mountains that are 7,000 feet high that are just within about 10 miles of the shoreline. You can see the old volcanoes and like, well, that's where I can put Yanti and the Snake Man, and then I can do this over here, and I can do this over here, and hey, I'll put a dragon on top of the mountain so he overlooks everything, and then I can put the little kobolds at the bottom as they worship the dragon, and you, and since it's kind of a sandbox aspect where it keeps the players close, um, when, like we said, it's a sandbox instead of just a pure open world. You can keep them there for a while, and you can put all sorts of interesting things there. And later on they can leave. Like, okay, this is awesome. Um, so
Yeah,
I
somehow he knows that all last night I spent the evening cutting out with scissors and some thick hex paper and a glue stick and pressing the paper just to get a sheet of hex paper, a certain size. I'm not done, but he knows I was doing it the hardest way possible. Um,
I mean, to be fair, I learned GIS and I'd used it a few times when I was overseas, and but I love taking digital elevation models, especially of islands and things like that. And you can get underwater, and then you can combine them. Which I'm like, all right, this is where the Sahagwin live, and this is where this is here. And, I mean, there's so many cool things you can do with it, and then if you see and ignoring all of that, just the real world life from like the sonar surveys. Man, you can see underwater volcanoes and all sorts of cool stuff. If you like around Hawaii, they've done some around the Azure Islands. Um, I'm like, why in the world am I trying to recreate everything when I can just use our own world and then modify it with a lot less work? I'm being kind of lazy there, but then it kind of feels organic. And then, like for Hawaii, they already have all the rivers, so I can just automatically plop in the rivers if I need to. Like, okay, this is how far it goes up, and they have the river channels, and like, all right, I mean, I can do that otherwise if someone wanted to play with it, but that makes my life so much easier. Little side note, I know Georgia talked about it. I don't know if we talked about it, but I have the modules up for Mutant Crawl Classics.
Oh, cool.
I start the modules. I think it's right up your alley because you keep complaining that things aren't like crazy scientific things. I went, well, I have the Mutant Crawl Classics books.
no. My problem is um, when games say they're one thing and they're not,
well,
or
no. What I mean is, what you've been saying that you've been looking for a game like this, and their modules fit this really, really well. We're talking it, androids, giant lizards, mind control AIs, stuff like this.
oh, very cool.
That's like, hey, we can do this. Though to be fair, and I know you said you don't like it too much, but to me, it's more of the module's just really cool. I just have to put the
He says this knowing also that the campaign I'm running, my next campaign is going to be like a almost purely human centric AD&D by the book straight fantasy European Middle Ages espionage game with none of the shit that he just mentioned, to see if I can do it because uh, I have done some of this stuff, but I'm trying to challenge myself as a DM to see if I can do something that's completely uh, different, but in a hard way. Because I can make Thunder the Barbarian
yeah
the role playing game in my sleep. That's my wheelhouse. But doing what was it?
historical fantasy.
Well, but not just that, but Cloak and Dagger, heavy on the Cloak and Dagger, espionage, spy versus spy, Wild Wild West, the TV show,
I
kind of
am
thing without the
sure.
super high tech gadgets. More, let's I guess do it with a magical gizmo, but
Well,
not like a lot of magical gizmos.
wait a minute. What you're trying to run is Brotherhood of the Wolf. Uh, set
No,
back a
not
couple
quite
years
that.
before. But a couple of hundred years before, where you have to
No,
with
no,
all
no,
the,
no, 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 no.
with all the,
No,
well, no,
it's more like my kind of limited understanding of Assassin's Creed with some
you know,
Machiavellian political intrigue like running rampant.
no. That's what I meant. That's kind of what the Brotherhood of the Wolf was when you start looking at some of
Oh,
it.
really?
Was
Maybe I
well,
was thinking of that werewolf movie instead.
no. The Brotherhood of the Wolf is where they had, where they think that there's a monster running amok, and you find out it's has some of the clergy and everyone else out, and doing the
Oh, okay.
background stuff, and then they have. I thought you saw it. I thought you saw it with us, but you may have just
I thought I
forgotten.
did too, but I thought it was a werewolf movie, and that's all I
It was
remember.
well, yeah, but no, they had like the Italian, and they had the Pope come in, and it was during right before it was like in the 1740s, French, and so then you had you had the ruler doing stuff. It felt very. It'd probably be a good Ravenloft kind of thing with less of the
Vampires.
vampires. But no, that's why when you were talking about it, I was like, oh, okay. You know what's really good for that? And that's why I mentioned like Game of Thrones only for some of that. Um, but yeah, I love domain campaigns. I saw what you were doing there. I was like, okay, but you really have to. And this is one thing that D&D has kind of missed. I know they did kind of it with chainmail, but that's why I like Axe because they do a pretty good job with it. Is trying to get units and things like that out there so you can do actual battles. And I think that's sadly what was missing from a lot of AD&D when you went to domain level is battle system was okay, but it had a lot of issues. It's like, okay, you just have to fix some of these things. But no, I thought,
Okay. Thanks, Coco.
but yeah,
The next thing I'm doing is probably no. I mean, it would be a long way off if they're starting at first before they're at domain play. It's more like they're working for the king as the king's special secret unit of inquisitors.
it's the Three
Trying,
Musketeers.
yeah, trying to root out the cultists that have started springing up all over the land and see where it leads.
Actually, you know what does a pretty good job with that are some of the Warhammer modules. The
I
game,
can see that. I can see that.
the I forgot what it's called. The Death on the Reich series. That's five. It's 5 books. I was reading them. It's a really good storyline. I know James has run it, and he really enjoyed it for the whole thing. And you start off very basic, and not to spoil too much of it, but at the beginning, they literally are mistaken for someone else they find dead, and so they find this guy dead. But then all of these other agents that are chaos and thing comes in, and they're like, they keep showing him like signs and stuff, and like, hey, you're supposed to do this, so you can get some kind of inheritance. Anyway, it gets more and more convoluted, and at one point, of course, if they don't stop the monsters at one point, the a gate opens up to chaos, and they've got a bunch of the blue horrors and the yellow the pink
horrors.
horror. Yeah, well, they have all the horrors come in. If the players don't stop it, then they have to deal with that, and it goes through 5 modules. They're supposed to find the Sigmar's hammer, and they're supposed to save the Empire. Basically, is what comes down to it. And they go all over. Anyway, what I really liked about the module was it wasn't just a linear path. They gave you a bunch of different hooks, so it's kind of expected that the characters kind of meander around.
Yeah,
So-
that's it's. It will be very sandboxy. There's not, there's not like one big bad guy that's behind it all at the end, kind of thing. Uh, Unless that's what makes sense when they get there.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
that makes sense.
Well, this
Uh,
this one had a few
could
different
be-
characters. It has cultists on one side, and the cultists are doing one thing. Then you have another group of cultists, and they're working against each other, even though they technically work for chaos. And then they have this other background. You've got beastmen. At one point, you have ratmen trying to do crazy stuff. The players are all, and then
I was thinking about the Ratmen, though. I will be honest. I was thinking about maybe having Ratmen in there.
so you know what I may do? You know what I need to do is I need to get your address and send you PDFs of the because I have 2 of them effectively, but of the Death on the Reich series for all of that,
Yeah.
and just so you can read it, so you can get an idea, modify it, whatever. And odds are your players have never run through them, so that makes it really.
I don't even know who my players are yet, except Coco.
That's
He's
true.
the only one who's grabbed one of the characters.
So anyway, what I was saying is that since this was a sci-fi night, maybe in a few weeks, if you guys are interested and we can get a couple more players, I'd like to run through Dungeon Crawl Classics. We'll use, of course, we'll put you through the funnel, but
you mean Mutant Crawl?
yeah,
right?
Sorry, yeah. You know what it says? You can combine all of them together if you want. So it doesn't, like, if you want to. There's actually an option in one of the, which I think is funny. In one of the modules, it says if you do this, you might get turned into an elf or a dwarf. So it's anyway. It's kind of, if you don't mind a lot of randomness, we'll try running through it. But no, I like the first module which they went in. I said, well, this is really cool. I just have to set up the dungeon, really, and then we could run it, 1 or 2 nights and get through that module and see. And then after that, once you make through a module, you automatically get first level. It's more of just to run through once. Not that I expect you to have to run through a funnel every time that your characters die off.
Oh God, no.
But no, it was more. But I like the module. Was what really comes into it. And there's another part where they had, again, it's only meant for a few hours, where the players have to figure out how to stop 2 rampaging kaiju.
Oh yeah, that shouldn't be too hard.
Anyway, it's for 3rd level characters to stop the rampaging kaiju. Anyway, I just thought it was kind of fun for these things.
Well, they got some sort of kaiju bait and a friggin' sphere of annihilation just waiting in the wings.
I'm not going to spoil it. Anyway, I've got like 12 modules.
James L, how you doing, buddy?
I think it'd be
Links
pretty
up
fun
there.
to
You
run
want to
through.
pop in?
We just need like 4. I like to have 3 or 4 players that can show up, and then just give each of you probably, if we have 3 players, each of you get 8 characters go through the funnel. If we have 4 players, it would be 6 characters for each of them. Whichever ones survive are the ones that become first level. If we play later on and we go through and your characters get up higher level, then we'll just do is, if a character dies, either you can use one of the old characters you've rolled up, or you can just do or we'll just create a new one at first level, so you don't have to worry about funnels or anything. But it's kind of a cool idea for some of it. But you were talking about, well, I want this or I want this, and I said, yeah, this meets exactly what you were saying about how you wanted the sci-fi games to have like real sci-fi in them. With this.
I mean,
Yeah.
is that too much to ask? I mean, when you're making a game, you don't have to include shit you don't want to include. Okay,
Right.
But if you're making a sci-fi game, then you got to include the sci-fi stuff other people are going to at least be a little bit interested in, just like a fantasy game or a Western game or whatever. You got to put in some of the stuff other people are going to like. That would be like running a D&D game and say there's no fighters.
Hey, you know what? You could probably do pretty well. No, just kidding. Cleric
You
and thieves.
probably
I know.
could, but if you were, you know,
I know. I'm just teasing you about the whole
running
thing.
it
I know what
for
you
a
mean. Is
bunch of college level youngsters, and you said, okay, but there's no fighters, but we're going through uh, the caves of chaos. You know,
yeah,
keep on the borderlands, but there can't be any fighters.
that'd be okay by me. Everyone's cleric. We're all kicking ass. Anyway, so
Right, right.
I know. I'm just teasing about that
But do
because
you know what I mean?
I know.
They would all die.
I well, I'm laughing about that whole thing, which is because
You
I'm
know,
running.
and you don't have to make a game, you know, that you don't want, but if you're
No,
going to
no.
say it's this or it's that, you kind of got to, you know, provide, you know, pony up with the this and the that. That's all I'm saying.
Well, what I meant was like with Hyperborea. Hyperborea has some science fiction elements to it, but like you said, it's what they say is a lot of science fiction. There isn't very much in a lot of the modules and things. What I was referring to is Mutant Call Classics. It's like front and center, very much like I said. It's a knockoff of Gamma World. Um,
A lot of games are, and that's
yeah.
fine. You know,
eh,
not
eh,
everybody. It's not everybody's cup of tea. You know, and you don't have to go Gonzo, but by
well,
sheer virtue of by the four tenets of or the four pillars of Gonzo, one of them is genre mashing. So if you're only going to go like halfway or one quarter way into Gonzo, um,
well,
you
no, no.
know,
Mutant Call Classics doesn't go quarter of the way. It's you better accept the big thing that may get some people is you really have to accept randomness. But yeah, I mean specifically with the characters is, hey, we understand these items are powerful, but they have limited items. You know, so you got laser
limited
guns and stuff like that.
charges.
Yep,
Hell,
yep,
it doesn't even have to be any of those. I mean, look at no, Expedition of the Barrier Peaks. When you
yep,
found a gun, it didn't look like a freaking gun.
yep.
They were good about that. They took and got people who could make alien looking tech. So that I mean, when I looked at it and I was like, wonder what the hell that is. I'm like, oh wow, that's the gun.
Well, see,
Really? I would have
I
never guessed. I thought it was some other weird. Could have been. You could have said it was a force field projector or it was an X-ray machine. There were so
yep.
many things. You know, I would have went, oh, okay, cool. That being said, there's no guarantee that if you handed a a model 1911 to a Viking and you hadn't pulled back the slide, so there's no chance of him shooting himself unless he pulls back the slide. And you go, here, this is a weapon. He would hold it like a club and go, this sucks.
Well, I
And
mean, I
he
have
might
to.
never, ever, in he or the next 7 generations, figure out to pull back the slide, or if the slide could even be pulled back because of the corrosion and the seizing after years of neglect.
Well, I mean, they'd probably pull it back. Someone would accidentally shoot themselves, and they would go, okay, but they wouldn't know how to reload it. They wouldn't realize, like, you know, that was. But anyway, the point with Mutant Call Classics, I was rereading the rules because I said, like, I'd like to run a game in probably a few weeks if you guys are interested. We just need like
Mhm.
one or two more players. Um,
I'll,
it's,
I'll put the word out.
if you
Folks.
all are interested, George said he was interested. I don't know if you are.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Um,
yeah. I'll definitely give it a try. Um,
um, we'll do it. I'm gonna probably roll up like 200 characters and just say pick the each of you pick 2 sheets of 4 characters each of what you want to play, and that's what's going to go forward. Um, it's kind of expected that casualty rates will be 50 to 75% for the first module. Um, so it's but that's as far as it goes. Then we'll go from there, and if you like it, we'll keep going forward. Again, at least we'll probably play 2 modules, one at 0 level and then one at first level, because first level starts having, that's when you get your powers and everything else. But and I have to go relook at some of them because it says AI recognition. So do the AIs recognize you as human or human equivalent? Like that was the problem with if you're a Plantient. If you're a Plantient, it does not. AIs don't recognize you as intelligent.
well, I mean, how intelligent can a plant be? I mean,
Anyway, yeah, but yeah, so it's got through that. If you're a purebred human, you get this ability. if you're a mutant or manimal or plantiate, you can get mutations, so you get the cool stuff that way. Just depends on what you want to play. And then the only problem I really wish they had done with Mutant Crawl Classics is they need another book for the higher level stuff, because they only go up to like level 2 or 3 for the spells, which is around 5th level for the characters. Like, yeah, but you need one for one past that.
I'm gonna have to go into the garage and dig around because I'm pretty sure Squirrel gave me
Probably
Mutant
did.
Crawl Classics.
I gave you the PDFs if nothing else.
Oh, I saw those in my
drive through.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if nothing else, at least you have that to look through. And then, what I do like is it's completely compatible with Dungeon Crawl Classic. So they're like, if you want to bring elves and dwarves into the game, feel free. It's like, all right.
I'm not going to need any funky 7-sided dice, am I?
It's going to be on Foundry, so you don't need any of that. You just roll on Foundry like you did last time.
Okay.
Now, if you want to, if you want some funky dice, let me know. Squirrel may have sent you some of the funky dice. I don't know.
No, he sent me the dice or did he? He sent me some dice, but I could have swore they were for the Monty Python game.
Okay, maybe that's true. I'm just saying that
He sent me way too much stuff, guys.
If you want physical copies of dice, yes. But since we're going to be doing it online with Foundry, everything can be rolled through Foundry, and so that makes it easy enough. I'm trying to keep it relatively easy, especially since.
Hey, did you get your Planet of the Apes solo play guide?
Let me double check. I'll have to give me 1 second here.
Because you just got a stack of stuff that's so huge.
Well, you may have more stuff. I don't know.
No, I'm just. I remember because I'm looking right at it. That's why. I'm just
Well, let me check. I don't think I got everything. I just got the stuff that I was.
I just got it in the mail the other day, and I haven't even looked at it.
No, I just got the 2 core books and a couple of the other stuff that came with it, like the art and a few other things. Whatever came in the case was all I got.
Oh no, it was an after thing. It was like months after.
I would not, because remember I ordered directly online to get my stuff, which was.
You didn't do the Kickstarter?
No, I did not. I got it because you were recommending it, and I said, "Well, okay, let me go get this." And the books look so gorgeous.
They are.
They had it on sale. I was like, "Sure, I'll take it."
Yeah, every time I'm talking to George and Dave about Arduin, I'm like, I have to kind of like the stuff you guys do is amazing, and I don't expect you to go all Planet of the Apes because Dave actually bought the Kickstarter. I think the same level as I did, or maybe the tier above him. I don't remember. But there's a couple of little things that they did that are just.
So what I did is I got
so next level, just rubbing it in your face that they've got money to burn when it comes to making these books, like the best books you've ever. They practically read themselves to you.
No, I mean this is. Now, of course, I got the 2 sets. Of course, I got the box beginner set.
I'm looking at it right now. Excuse me, guys.
The map,
okay.
the map, the whatever this thing is, character sheets,
yep.
the foldable map with the spaceship.
Yep.
And then, of course, and this is what sold me on it when you were showing it. These are just gorgeous books, no matter how you cut it.
It's to show them the guilt. You see that green and gold, orangish gold, the page color on the edge.
Yep, was so cool.
Not that. The reflective, that shiny metal, right there. Look at that. Yeah. I mean, come on, guys. That is just freaking next level of sumptuous. Just like I can literally just stare at that green color for like an hour and be like happy. It's like beautiful.
Well, that's part of the reason it sold me on that when you were showing it off.
And it's dumb. I mean, it probably helps save the pages on some level. That's why they did it.
It's all about the bling. It's all about the bling. Let's just be honest.
Well, because I have older books that did that, like 100-year-old books, and I don't know why they did it or even how they did it.
Because it's all bling. No, I mean I have my my Exalted stuff, they all, well, except the newest one, they the stuff that I have, they're all gilded too. It's just, let's be honest. At a certain point, you're not only buying a game, you're also buying the luxuriousness of a physical book. Otherwise, you just buy the PDFs and have them printed out that way.
Right. It's so hard to get that point across to some folks that it's like, um, when we are gone, some people maybe it has to do with like when my parents passed, they left like nothing behind that was important. A few things, very few things. They had gotten rid of all their really extravagant things, and they were really poor when they passed away, and just really didn't have anything but like uh, the bare necessities. When my mom passed away, she was living in a senior center, so everything fancy and expensive she got rid of because she never knew who was going to be coming and going, and would just steal it anyways. So she got rid of all of her fancy jewelry and all that crap.
So there's some dust on these, but here, you want to talk about more gilding? These are my, it's hard to see.
Nice.
But that was my, that's where I'm sorry, that's Wraith the Oblivion. This is a Changeling, which has a gold. And this is, of course, silver. Again, if you can see that. So, I mean, I don't mind grabbing some of the beautiful, and these were.
I'm gonna have to literally look into it and see like when that tradition came about and why and how it was done. Because I mean, like today, I can picture it being an easier process than hundreds of years ago.
Right. But yeah. But what I'm saying is that, let's be honest. If you look at like the someone like Jefferson, who gave away his books, that was the Library of Congress, where the books that he had. That's what started it off. Books meant something. When we're talking about this, like I guess this might be real leather. But now they're using more of the pleather kind of stuff. But I mean, come on. But they put this little thing in here. They've put this in here. I wish they had a little bit of gilding here, but they put the gilding on the edge, which you can just see right here. I mean, and this is a massive book. These are like 400 pages each. And I love stuff like this. If it was up to me, if I was like Elon Musk wealthy and I had wanted to just do stuff, I would have, what is it, Nerd Forge or whatever, where they do the old book binding.
Yeah, I've watched them before.
Else. Or I would actually have, I would hire artists just to paint the monsters and like vellum, really cool, and I would make it oversized, and they're like, well, this is a complete waste of money. I'm like, yeah, except the artists are the ones that are really getting the money. Like I really do want to support, when we talk about artists and we talk about AI and stuff, I do want to actually support real life people. And there's a difference between something that's utilitarian and something that's luxurious. And like there's reason we call it luxury. It's the same reason like I want the if I had the money, I'd buy some of that wormwood those tables that they have. My friend has one. Like, yeah, but I don't care if it lasts 40 years, then that goes to my son. That's good. And for me, for at least a table, I'd modify some of it if I could, since I was looking it up and I don't have $30,000 to spend on a table. But you know what? If I won the lottery, I'd be like, okay, I'm going to put $1 million into something, and that's going to be my, whatever the interest makes. That's what I'm going to use on my hobbies. And I'd have all of my miniatures painted professionally by someone else, and that's like, okay, it's. And I think that people do forget about that. There's a certain level of luxury. It's more for you than anybody else. And then it's like, I want to make it so people want to come over and play the games and stuff like that. That's that's why when you're doing all this painting, I'm somewhat envious. And then the other part of me goes, yeah, I don't want to sit down and do all the paint. I've got that. I'd pull it out, except that I'm afraid that they're going to ask me to take pictures of the fact that I'm missing all these boxes. So I'm just holding off. But man, they've got this big giant scarab beetle. Man, I would love to paint that thing in iridescent colors, and that's just because it's so cool to look at. And then the same thing with and then I'd magnetize all the stuff for the Kingdom Death Monster. I mean, I hate saying this, and I'm just going to bring up a little bit, but this
That,
is
like I said, that is a lifestyle choice. That game, that is just next level, gorgeous minis, and I mean, just look at that freaking thing.
this is the
I've
expansion.
seen Foot
This is
Locker
just
smaller.
wait a minute. This is just the gambler's box. This is not all the stuff they include. So anyway, I that's just and then half of that are minis, and the other half are the other stuff. And then I've opened up a lot of things, but yeah, I mean, I like, we talked about stuff doing online, but I heard a lot of people, well, I don't like playing on virtual tabletops. I would play in person if I could. The problem is that no one wants to play at certain times. Like to me, I want to do it on a Sunday afternoon, between like 1 and 6. And then we can sit down, we can have meals and everything else, and really make it into a social,
Yep.
very similar to what people do for football. We had a friend's house where we were doing that, but I hate saying this. People get married and their wives get all freaked out about having people over at the house. I'm like, ah.
Well, I literally know that in a lot of those cases, the women know exactly what they're doing, and they're just being amenable to seal the deal, and then they go and show their real selves.
Well, what I'm saying is that, like in my friend's case, they were doing that for years, and then he got married to his. To be fair, they've been living together for 14 years, so I'm like, you're effectively married. But anyway, for COVID, and she had a lot of health problems anyway. But she was like, no, we don't want anyone else over. I don't want to have to do this. And I was like, really? We used to, because we used to go over all the time, and they didn't. Yeah, we used their kitchen and stuff. But I used to bring like, hey guys, we're gonna have fajitas. So I would bring in the fajita meat and the cheese and whatever other, then if they wanted some other side, then other people being in side dishes. I went to another house. This was a couple years ago. When I went over there, they had, it was a potluck. So people were bringing in lasagna and queso for the chips, and just, it was like pigs in the blanket. It was a full feast, and there were like 14 people there. Like, hey, this is what it's meant to be.
You would think, or at least that's how I was raised.
Yeah.
When you know,
And the host doesn't even have to provide the food. Usually it was,
right? Exactly.
if-
I mean, they're going to be cleaning up for hours after everybody leaves. No matter
Well-
how good you are about it, every party we've ever thrown here in the last 15 years, everybody's left, and 2 hours later, we're still cleaning.
well, and some of it is,
Whether it's just sweeping and mopping
Yeah.
and countertops, etc. We're still cleaning for a couple hours, picking up. Depends on who shows up. A lot of people are really, really bad about throwing their cups and paper plates away. Whatever.
well, for me, a lot of times like, hey, do you need us to help clean up before I even leave? It's like, what do you need us to do? And a lot of times it's just like, please leave the house. We're done with you. We'd rather just clean ourselves than have you another hour. No, I mean, we'll see you next
I've
week.
never heard that, but I felt that.
No, I know that's what I kind of meant. They don't say it, but it's like, okay, we're exhausted. But they also had fun. I mean, I went, like, I
Right.
go to my friend's
Yeah.
house, and I always tell him, what do you need us to do? And he's like, don't worry about it. I'll handle it. I'm like, just tell us what you need to do. Because if you're a good guest, people will want you back. If you're a bad guest, they won't. and it's like, look, I know I'm really messy at home, but if I'm at someone else's house, I'm like, what do you need me to do? Like,
Yeah,
well,
we have this expression. It's called your best behavior.
yeah, exactly. I mean, my son's friend, they went to a birthday party with some girls, of course, my son liked. And the kid got into a political argument, and then started yelling, and then he called the mother a hag, and I heard the story from my son. And
That doesn't sound like best behavior to me.
no, well, so of course they kicked the kid out, And then, I said, I don't care. I don't care. I'm not asking. I said, I would have made him apologize. I said, as I said, I told my son, if this was you, you'd be writing a formal apology. And I said, you're not going to apologize for your opinions. What you're going to apologize is for your behavior and say, this is out of line. This is unacceptable. I'm sorry. I got caught up in the moment, blah, blah, blah. And I said, don't even ask for forgiveness, but just simply say, I am sorry. This was unacceptable. And I was telling him, because I know the kid, that's what he should have. The best way to shut that down is, I know your father raised you to act better than this. You're a better person than this. But anyway, but and his father wouldn't make him do it. And I like the guys. Don't get me wrong. It's just I think that his son told him one story, and my son told a less I would say biased story, because he was a bystander rather than a participant. It's he's like, yeah, they were doing this, and everyone seems to love my son, which is good, because he was Mr. Antisocial for the longest time.
I'm glad he's popped out of that shell.
I am too. He was great. We were playing Among
He's a
Us.
very good kid. I can't wait till Jackie and he meet someday and
Oh yeah.
talk
Well,
about us behind our back, and you know.
I told my son that I want him to make I said, you can live with me, make as much money as you can. I seen, boy, I was listening to Mike Rowe. I don't know if you listen to him. He was talking to was it Sean Ryan or something? It was talking to someone, and he said up in Plano, which is only about 2-3 hours away, they said electricians under 30 were making $240,000 a year because of all the AI data centers. They need electricians that badly. And I was like, I'm not saying it's going to be there when he becomes a full journeyman. But I said, son, the money's out there. If you're willing to work hard, save up enough money, you can buy your own house. And at that point, you can work at Walmart and not even worry about it.
Mm-hmm.
Once you have a house paid off, you're good for a lot of things, and you're just trying to maintain. So that's my hope. He can do that while my house.
I'm trying to get the boy to have something to like that to fall back on when he gets his teaching credentials and then cannot find a job because they're just not out there, or he's not willing to.
If you're willing to private tutor, I mean, now the problem is getting enough people, but that's
Yeah, but in history, come on, I mean.
well. To me, if you're going to tutor, you don't just tutor history; you tutor a bunch of stuff, and
Yeah, which I'm sure he could probably manage, but I don't know. We'll see.
You know what? There are enough kids out there, and there are enough rich people out there. I mean, I like my friends even teaching, like music lessons. $40-$50 an hour. You just have to have enough people one after another. You can do a lot of, but yeah, history's not that hard. What you need to do is look at stuff that the kids do badly in, like English and math. That's where
oh yeah, he could definitely do math. He's really good at that.
Well, that's what it means. And you don't even have to be good at like calculus level math. You just need to be good enough to get up to the kids through like algebra or trigonometry. And as long as you can do that, don't get me wrong, I don't think you'll ever lose out on some stuff. But if you can go over and teach that, you start off, and that's a decent amount of money. You can do that off on the side. History to me is the kind of thing that you do because you enjoy it. It's not the kind of thing you do to make money off of. Unless you want to write a book, or not that I think that books make that much money, but I think this is where you do really well. Like your son did the heraldry and stuff. It's like, hey, I do this for fun on the side.
Yeah. I think he was it you, Bad News Bards, said he might have another job offer. Someone was saying that they might have a job for him doing that, or offer him some money doing that. I'm like,
hey, once you get there,
if no one else is going to do it in the industry, of regular vexillology and whatnot,
yeah.
He would be a fool to pass on it. If it took him 30 days to come up with 100, like he did with Emperor's Choice,
yeah.
Every month he could make $1,000 working in his spare time doing that. Just in his spare time, and depending on the companies, every game company needs that. They literally every game company that makes. I mean, even freaking Pirate Borg would need
Yep.
that.
Oh, I no, I mean all of this stuff is cool. Well, again, the guy who does Pirate Borg, do you know what his original daytime job was?
Hmm.
He was doing like lighting for on the road for musicians, and in his off time he was doing Pirate Borg, and then he was doing maps. And now he says, well, it's become successful enough that I can kind of do this. But he said a lot of that artwork that he was doing when he was having downtime, he was doing all that artwork. And I like the artwork. I like Pirate Borg overall. I just backed their Kickstarter for the more maps.
Hmm.
Um, but he was talking about, hey, you have to know this about lighting, you have to know this about book printing. And, the more skills you have and the more that you become recognized, the more that people will keep coming to you. Success breeds success.
Well, yeah, and with with like I said, if literally none of the professional vexiologists will touch fantasy and fiction,
Yeah.
they're only doing historical. I mean, they scoured the earth looking for a guy, talking to all the vexiologists they could find to do fantasy, and they all said no.
Well, you know why? This is personal opinion, purely personal opinion. Is they're afraid that if they do fantasy, then they're going to be looked down on by their peers.
Well, since he has no peers, he's peerless.
Well,
Uh,
but that's my point. Is
and
your son's not a professional, you know, for heraldry. He's not
not
professional
yet.
for
I
that.
mean, he did get his first paycheck.
Well, yeah, but you know what I mean. Since
Mhm.
he can do that, once you go into
Accredited is
fantasy,
what you
then
mean.
he can do all the other stuff. Just like it reminds me of Larry Elmore. I loved listening to Larry Elmore one time. He says, "Oh, I love doing landscapes. That's why he has something with the dragons and stuff." He said, and then I just have to paint a dragon and some guys in the front. You know, it's like,
Uh-huh.
hey, and for the longest time, if you were doing fantasy, you were not considered a real artist or things like that.
Mhm.
And now, where's all the money for a lot of the artists? It's all coming from fantasy. Um, no one's buying the what is it?
Coffee table books.
It's not even the coffee table books, but you know, how do I want to put this? I'm not hearing about. All we hear about is fantasy, artist for the most part. Frazetta,
Hmm.
Vallejo. I think Julie Bell, who's married to Vallejo. They're doing all their stuff because those are the things that inspired us as kids, and now as adults, that's what we like to see.
You know where they're getting a lot of their work? I bet the movie industry for movie posters.
Well, he got a lot of that, but they also got it for book
Well, no,
covers
I
in the
mean
'70s and '80s.
the other folks out there now, uh,
Yeah.
probably completely nameless people that we've never heard of that are doing those jobs now. The folks that can paint realistically, that'll do the next
Yeah.
Jumanji movie or whatever. We need a movie poster, hire so and so, and you never see their name because um, sure they get paid a crap ton of money for their work, but nobody ever mentions them because they're stuck in doing those jobs.
Well, I mean, Vallejo did that. If
I saw
yeah,
one of his ads for like a car. He painted an
yeah,
ad for like let's say a Chevy Nova. I know it wasn't that, but it was just a car ad, but it looked real. It looked like a photograph,
yeah.
but it was a painting, and it was him. And I'm like,
Well, you know how he got
that's why he
started?
gets paid the big bucks.
Well, you
He
know
made
how
it look real, and
he
he
got
made a
started for a supermarket, and he had to paint stuff within 24 hours. And I think that's
yeah.
the problem with this is what people forget with artists is too many of them are bipolar and are flaky. And I'm like, well, I can't make any money off it. I said, you got to treat it like a job, which means you got to put in about 40 hours or more a week of doing painting. And once you get it, one is to also improve your skills. But I talked to several of my, even when we talked to, Bear, he was complaining about stuff. Is the problem that they have in certain cases is that they'll start work and then they'll flake out or they won't do what the commission says. And I know that Julie Bell and Boris Vallejo, they they're not making their money off of commissions. So it's like, oh, okay, you want this, and then the author comes in and does things. What was the other one? I can't remember. Oh, I feel so bad um, because he's like my favorite, but he was the one that did a lot of the
Michael Whalen.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, he did a good one, but what I found funny was like Brandon Sanderson, who's one of the best fantasy authors right now for selling. He said, "My job, I want to get good enough that I can have a Michael Whalen cover." And it's like, okay, once people know your name, they're going to keep coming back to you and keep coming back to you. And then, if you are they buying the right to use it on their book, or are they buying the whole art, which are two different things. I
Mhm.
saw, what was it, Frazetta's, what was it, Queen of Egypt or whatever it was called, sold for what, 2 point something million dollars at the time, if not more. It's worth
Right, but
more
he
than
got
that
none
now.
of that.
Yeah, but the point was is that he did very well for the stuff he did do, and he still holds a lot of his own art. Um, so,
That's the trick, isn't it?
well, that's
Never
well,
let it
that's
go.
what well, that's where the discussion comes into it. Hey, do I get to keep the rights that I can do prints of this artwork
Well,
on
no, no,
my
no,
own
no, no.
stuff?
It's
Oh,
not. Do I get to? It's you have to insist, and literally just sell licenses to your.
well, no, no. What I'm saying is it depends on what you want to do. If someone pays you enough, then fine, you can have the artwork. That's
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah. Sure. If someone says,
that
hey, I want this in perpetuity. I
yeah.
want to own the original. Blah blah blah. Because this is going to be my cover for my book. Like that. Was it Mike? No, it was the Hildebrand brothers who did the original Star Wars poster. I mean, that
Yeah.
image 100 years from now, everybody will still know that image for Star Wars.
I think
The
Boris
Luke.
Vallejo did Empire Strikes Back. Or
Did he?
someone did the I think he
Are
did
you
some of
sure
the
it
art.
wasn't? No, it was Ralph McQuarrie.
I'm not sure. He did one. Well, remember there are also different posters up there. But
Mhm.
if I remember correctly, he did
Yeah, that's
some of
right.
the artwork on one
There's
of them.
usually like two of them. I know there's two for the original movie because my wife bought me the set of 9, and the
Yes.
one I wanted wasn't the one that came with the set.
Okay.
And it's been 10 years. I'm still trying to get the woman to say, "Hey, can I freaking hang these up?"
Well,
It's
but
like
that's the other part too. Is if you have
James, James.
if you keep the original art, like you said, is do I get to keep the rights? Do you want the what is it, the oil painting? Those are a lot of things when it comes into it. But oil, I mean, how expensive is it to print an oil on a canvas? Good God.
How you doing, James?
Yeah, good. I just decided because you guys are having a chat, I'll do some like assembly in the background because I've been putting it off a little bit. So,
Good for
Always
you.
welcome, buddy.
pardon?
I'm. Oh,
Well, that's good for you, James. I need to. If you guys are all into Mutant Crawl Classics, we can do that. Just give me a couple weeks. Let me know when
yeah.
a couple characters.
No
We can
rush,
more,
no
couple more
hurry, no
players.
pressure, no stress.
Well, for me is I hate saying this. If I know there's a date, then it forces me to do something. Otherwise, I just keep procrastinating.
Deadlines are a wonderful thing.
Yeah,
We should all live by them.
well, and that's what I mean by artists too. Artists need to understand that they need to do some of that. It's just like we can commission work. And again, I don't think anyone has a problem if you can come in late, if you can show them the progress you're making and saying, look, I'm at 80% or something. But it's just like when I was at work. When people say, I'll get to it, and don't show you anything, that's when like red flags start going off.
I don't think the problem is artists. I think the problem is like really online damaged people identifying as artists. Because if you're a jobbing artist, you're just not going to survive if you do that. You know what I mean? If you just flake out all the time or have a conniption or can't take instruction, you just don't last. But you can easily hang out on Twitter or somewhere and say, "Hey, I'm an artist."
Well,
You know what I mean?
well, I know, but that's my whole point. Is those people
Yeah,
don't
I think
last.
that's actually literally
Yeah.
the lion's share of people who call themselves artists are literally those people, and the ones that
Yeah.
are real artists are probably rather demure and not raising a bunch of cane online and wondering why they can't get work.
Yeah.
Well,
Like,
or if you,
I mean,
or if you
I'm a internationally recognized DJ, but like, if you actually scratch the paintwork, you're like, oh, he just used to play goth nights at like the local pub. You know what I mean?
hey. Well, but the same point is you do have enough people out there, whether it was on Twitch and things, where you could act. I don't know. I used to watch a little bit of Ethan Van Sciver when he would actually do his painting. When he would do his art line work and everything else. At least you could see that they're doing something.
Yeah.
That's what I mean by that. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, the same goes with like people who paint minis. Like,
Yep.
they don't even have to be great. The fact that they're just doing it makes me want to kind of like, it puts me in the mood to do it because I'm very diligent at doing all the things I'm supposed to do, like paying my bills, cleaning my house, cooking dinner, looking clean and presentable. But I'm terrible at like actually following through with my hobbies.
Yeah. Well,
once
I-
I've done all that stuff, I'm tired.
it's well. Here, the difference between a hobby and a profession is profession pays enough to feed yourself.
Yeah.
I just put 7 more minis up while talking to you guys.
No, that's awesome.
Calling them done. I mean, I didn't do all the work. Now I just went over and went, okay, that one's done. That one's done. I mean, I added paint tonight to them, but it's just like, okay, I need to do the eyes on this one. I need to do the eyes on that one. Okay.
Oh,
I need
speaking
to-
of which, Shadow, I got this in, which I find is completely oversized from Goodman Games.
What is that? I can't read it.
It's called the Monster Alphabet. But look at the size of the butt compared to a normal,
Okay, that looks like one of the old Terran Trade Federation
Yeah.
dimensions. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
where are you gonna find a shelf? You're gonna have to make special shelves for that.
You know what? This is kind of the thing that you put on a coffee table.
Yeah. That's what the Terran Trade books were all coffee table books. I think we need to bring those back. You know that coffee tables and coffee table books. Let's bring those back.
Actually, I used to like coffee. I still like coffee tables because if I'm watching television, sometimes I'd rather sit on the floor than on a chair. And so, and then it has a nice little work surface. I can stretch out my legs and things. But
the funny thing is, the only stuff I really know about art, and really probably about half of the things that I know about military history, come from like coffee table books
or
You know what I
Osprey.
mean? Like,
Those
or
Osprey books.
yeah.
Osprey, you know what? Those were awesome. I remember going all the time to the hobby store. Where they had the
What's
little
up,
mini
Mike?
war
Long
games
time
and
no
stuff.
see.
And Osprey was just the most awesome. Anyway, now what I like about this one, and of course it's completely ridiculous, but it's got all sorts of things like for zombies, like what can the abilities are for this. Z is for zombie. It's a bunch of random tables. Is it worth the money? I don't know, but it's ridiculous enough that if you put this on your coffee table where people will just stop by, they're going to open it up. They just have to.
It seems like you're a fan of that like particular RPG in the same way that James is like Hyperborea or Iron
No,
Hero
actually,
Quest
you have to realize I'm a whore and a slut for RPGs, so
Jeez.
I can't like pick a favorite. It's like, oh, you like this one? Well, yeah, I like this one. I like this. Well, some of it is, and this is what I
hanging on the roadside, like just like chucking a D20 in the air,
Hey,
Wait,
gamer,
wait,
looking for a
wait a
good
minute. I
time?
put my leg out.
Yeah.
I put my leg out. It's I wear the
Hey,
trench coat.
Taylor.
I wear the trench coat. And I'm like, look, I've got Axe and DCC and this one and this one and this one and this one over here. And
Oh,
You're a pusher, is what you really are.
well, the first taste is free. But
I always encourage people to buy minis if they like the look of them, and I think Omen's probably the same with books. Sometimes I look at his book collection as it comes up, and I'm like, man, I wouldn't mind a piece of that. That looks good. Like the Star Wars RPGs that you got in the sale, I picked up on that. I was like, oh, that looks kind of fun.
Well, you know what? I've looked at them. I haven't quite played some of them. There's some guys down in Austin. I'm just kind of lazy that I don't want to drive down there during. Well, I don't mind if it's on a Saturday, but I do mind if it's generally on a weekday. Just one is the traffic's much worse, and the other one is I don't know what my schedule is on weekdays. Sometimes I come home at 7 or 8, and it's been a 14-hour workday. I'm tired. I've been sweating all day. I don't want to
walking the streets. To extend the metaphor.
Streets would be easy. No, I'm walking through like 4 foot of brush, trying to go through Greenbrier.
But version of Roxanne. We'll do a version of Roxanne dedicated to him.
Well, I mean, just like this one. This is and again, this is terrible. There's the campaign from first to 14th level for OSD.
Jeez.
Jesus Christ.
And yeah, that's 16 pounds is what I weighed it out. I weighed myself and I weighed these 16 pounds for all of this.
But where's the romanticy supplement so that you can, flesh out your character?
Well, it's got that. Well, if you want to talk about a romantic one, I like Legend of the Five Rings, which has a very, it's based off like the Shogun stuff. I have Pirate Borg. I have Alien.
I recently watched Shogun because I remember you mentioning it a lot when you were going.
The Chamberlain one, Richard Chamberlain, was that who was in it?
There's a new
not the original, not the original 1980 one. This was a much a more recent.
I remember seeing some clips from it, and it looked okay, but I don't know. I would just feel guilty for cheating on the original,
Yeah.
Well, no, I liked it. I was like, it's pretty good. It kind of I don't know if they entirely knew how to wrap up the first season. It was kind of continuing to escalate, and then they were like, okay, well, we've got to tie this all up now. But I really enjoyed it. I really liked it, and it's funny because my brother was saying, you should check out Andor, and I watched that, and I was like, you've taken all the stuff that's fun about Star Wars out and made a really dry police procedural. This is not that exciting.
So I heard for Andor is it was kind of slow at the beginning, but by the time that you get to the third season, it was fantastic.
Right.
But again, like you said, it's a more serious.
How many episodes is the season?
Probably 6 to 10.
Oh, okay. Yeah, see, that's not even. That's. I'm so used to if I hear less than 20 episodes to a season, I'm like, oh, okay, it's this new shit. It's gonna suck.
Well, it is. Well, Andor's came in the last few years. Well, if you ever remember watching, this was even when they still had the 20, even when they used to have the 22 episodes a season. The stuff on HBO was always 10 episodes a season. Really? Even for what was it called? The Sopranos and stuff. They had much shorter seasons.
I never watched that. Yeah.
But the closest thing I love The Sopranos. I love The Sopranos, but even that kind of drag. I think a lot of these shows would be better if they just stuck to 2 or 3 seasons.
Although I did want to see that one. I don't know why. I wanted to see that one with Steve Buscemi as the Irish mafia guy. Something Boardwalk.
Yeah. That was that one. The other one I've heard that's really good that they give a lot of credit for was Penguin.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't see that. I vaguely remember that one, but I kept watching these clips.
It just came out the last year or two.
Yeah. Really I was watching, how you get your shorts on YouTube, and I saw Steve Buscemi, and I'm like, okay, always liked him. I always looked at him as one of the luckiest sons of bitches ever,
Yeah.
But he was always really good at everything. He's
he's a character actor, but he's a quality character actor.
Right. Yeah. Everything he's ever done, I'm like, damn. Boardwalk Empire. Thank you. I wanted to watch that because I just saw a clip of him, and I'm like, okay, I got a minute. What are you doing? I don't know. And I just saw the scene, and I'm like, holy shit, that was intense. Because he was playing a really bad guy. And I find myself getting caught and trapped by that more and more often. I'll see one little image in a thumbnail from a short, and I'll watch it. And next thing I know, the friggin' whole line of shorts is nothing but clips. That I basically watched all of the Orville through shorts.
But you know what? I'm going to say this much is, I would rather have a short season that's well done than a long, drawn-out season of 22 episodes, because a lot of times they're filler. But the problem
I totally get that when it comes to quality, but here's the thing: I want those son of a bitches to work.
Okay, cool. Well, no.
Nice.
Here's the thing: is whether it was Game of Thrones or stuff like that, which the first few seasons were excellent, but I don't mind if you can keep it shorter, as long as you keep it concise and moving and dramatic and everything else. But I was watching. Oh, I like that one. I that's pretty cool. I what
I
was
think it
the
did a really good job on the eyes. You can actually see them, and
yes
to
Is
me,
that
that's
an
a win.
egg or a carrion crawler?
Yeah.
It's called a charnel grub,
yeah
but
oh
it's basically a carrion crawler. Reaper's
but
Yeah.
attempt at renaming shit. It's like they either try or they just say F it.
Yeah.
Because I'm going through the Reaper Dungeon Dwellers Monster Manual. I'm like, Doppelganger, Charnel Grub. It's like
yeah
one name they'll pick, usually because it's, not
copyright
copywritten. But then
yes
other things are like, you didn't even try, or they just threw some letters together for whatever they like their version of the Mind Flayer. They just threw some letters with commas and shit,
yeah.
together to make up a name that's impronounceable. But it's a friggin' Mind Flayer. They're not kidding anybody.
You know what though is I'm okay with fine if they're going to do all that, but no, I'm going to
Yeah.
say as much as some of the times what I do not like is any filler episode that's supposed to be short, which was the I was watching the Punisher series. Like you guys put a filler of 5 episodes for a 10 episode season. Why can't you do better than that?
That entire I watched the Punisher. It was absolute garbage, and the least Punisher of all the Punishers.
The series. The first couple of seasons I didn't mind, but you can tell at a certain point they
Dude, it's like he's freaking. It's like they got Rain Man to play the Punisher,
and my whole thing for it was the first 2
right?
seasons were fine, but I don't know. You have to realize I didn't like the Punisher. The only Punisher I ever read was 2099.
Oh, okay.
Was that Punisher or Ravager? I can't remember.
It could have been they made both,
Well,
but I read both. But I followed the Punisher all the way back from like
Yeah.
his second appearance in Spider Man, and the guy they got to play him was the least Punisher they've ever cast. Even Dolph Lundgren was better. This guy's walking around the whole time like he's confused, like someone literally just like put a pot over his head, banged it a bunch of times, and went, "Oh, act!" And he's like, just like I
Dolph
hate this.
Lundgren did his chemical engineering degree in Australia.
well, he has a master's in chemical engineering. It was so funny. They were showing
Yeah.
the two between Bill Nye the Science Guy and Dolph Lundgren, and Dolph Lundgren has a higher pedigree.
And he's straight.
He's more qualified.
Well, you just have to laugh at some of these things.
Well, okay, let me rephrase that. Dolph doesn't touch little kids.
Well,
I don't
Yeah,
think. I think I could imagine Bill Nye just kind of splitting like an organism and making a second Bill Nye.
well, you know what? Every time he splits, it's like multiplicity. He gets dumber and dumber.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
so
what you're saying is he split like a couple of dozen times before he ever got into Hollywood.
Well, it's so funny watching these people. You're just like, you guys, like, I used to like, what was his name? Neil deGrasse Tyson. And then you just looked at him and you can tell this is someone that is more, he's not, he did his PhD in astronomy.
Well, he's like a popular science ambassador, but he likes the smell of his own farts too much. I mean,
I will say one thing.
Is that
There's a clip of Neil deGrasse. I despise everything about him except the one thing that I'm about to tell you about. There's somewhere out there. There's a clip of him talking about dogs and how wonderful dogs are. He nailed that. Everything else, it's like he hasn't come out from smelling his own farts since.
Well, the problem I
I
had
was okay with him until he stole my bike. And then it got personal.
Well, my whole thing is when you look at him and he's talking about science, and I went, look, I've learned science too, and you're literally arguing against it. Well, I didn't know anything. That's the way you put two hypotheses. You can tell that this is a man that's the problem really comes down to is these people get captured by the media.
They become more about like communicating like messaging from the authorities rather than introducing you to like science tidbits that might get you more interested in science, right?
I was watching some of the stuff from the 60s for science and the cool stuff they were showing off. Like, whatever happened to these guys that were both excited and were going through? Like they go through the
We
math,
had
and they're like really excited and stuff, and say
we
Mr.
had this
Wizard.
guy called we had this guy called Julius Sumner Miller, who was like an American guy, and he used to be on TV in like the 60s in black
Yeah.
and white, and he used to do popular science, and he was such an eccentric character that he was kind of quite loved, you know. So
I think that may have been him, but he was coming over and they were asking him questions. And he was like showing stuff off on the chalkboard. They come over and they do the
Yeah.
experiment right there. It was
Well,
really fascinating.
he looks like Kramer from Seinfeld, but he's
Okay.
very funny and kind of engaging kind of
But
guy.
I mean those are the good ambassadors to me for science. But these people who the problem is when you get I'm going to do it a trusted authority and like that science is literally
Yeah, I
based
don't
off
think
not trusting anybody.
I don't think it's easy. I don't think it's easy not to become that, though. I think it's almost kind of baked in to like being a public figure. You know what I mean?
Well, it's baked in if you go the mainstream. But my point being is, you've already made your money. What are you?
Yeah.
So it's not about money at a certain point. It's
Well, no.
Well, there isn't much money.
No. I'm
There
being
really
honest. These
isn't
people
much
have made their
in
money. It's about
There
status. It's not
really
about
isn't
money.
much money in science. Like the idea that scientists do anything for money is laughable because the amount of money in science is not really that
Right,
great.
but people like Tyson have,
oh, he's
their
made
net
bank.
worth
He's like,
is tens of millions.
yeah,
Well,
yeah,
that's
yeah.
what I mean. But for him, he's already made his money. So it's not about money for him. It's about
Yeah.
status. It's about
I
It's
think
about
it's more about being in the limelight.
but I mean but that's about status. If
Yeah.
you're not in the limelight, you don't have status. That's what I'm trying to say. Is there's a lot for that. Whereas I'll be honest, scientists are not hurting for money that much. The problem is that it's just like doctors.
Sure.
I saw the doctors
Yeah,
before
completely.
COVID had a really high level, and it's gone
Yeah,
down.
but
like about
research
50.
scientists don't get paid much. Lab scientists don't get paid. Like the
Uh,
idea that anyone does anything in science for money, like without being a massive corporation, is like a bit.
No, I mean
Right.
no. Those guys still make decent money. They make in the top 10%, but they're not. They're not making millions of dollars, but they're doing pretty well for themselves. I saw our professors; they did pretty well. At least I don't know how it is in where you are, but over here they were making at least 95,000 plus whatever their grants were.
It's all right. You know what I mean? But it's not life changing. That's a good.
Well,
working,
what I mean
it's a
is
good working
it's a
salary.
job. It's a comfortable job, is what I'm trying to say. Not,
Yeah,
but I agree with you. Is that most of them are doing it because they enjoy doing the research and someone's willing to pay them. But they're not hurting
Yeah.
for money. Is what I'm trying to say. They're not starving artists making $20,000 to $25,000 a year. Like
the biggest thing that's missing is like continuity. Like if you're like, oh, I have funding for like 2 years and then it gets cut off. You know what I mean? It's
well,
not
part of it is
necessarily-
part of it is that you have to be very careful. At least in universities, is if you disagree with whoever is there until you get tenure, they'll replace you in a heartbeat. And so a lot of them are
Yeah,
afraid to
of
go
course.
out and step out. I will say as much as I don't know. Did you? Is it Avi Loeb? The one he's the astrophysicist who talks a lot about aliens and stuff. And
Right.
Harvard, and he literally was talking about. I was watching him on Joe Rogan and a few others where they're talking about stuff, and he said the point of tenure is to push the envelope of what's out there, to throw out crazy ideas and test them out, and all of this other stuff. He said the problem that they're having is instead of doing that, hey, let's throw out some crazy ideas and see what works. Instead, it starts coming down to that they create this fortification, and they become entrenched where.
It's also a recognition that you can teach other people and like have something to offer. You know what I mean? Like
not at our
it's like-
universities.
it's hard. It's hard to get. You can't get tenure. You can't get tenure without having published anything. For example.
Well, yeah, but published is different. Published is not teaching. And when I went to A&M, do you know how many courses they had to teach a year? 2.
Mhm.
2 courses. That's it. And then the rest of the money they were expected to make up from research. So research is where they made up. But you're right. It was publish or perish. But that's not about teaching. That's just about publishing. It's all about prestige, unfortunately, not about actually pushing the envelope out there.
I mean, I've known some academics who are like impressive people, but
Yeah.
they don't really like they're very much part of the system, so they're not inclined to question it. You know what I mean?
See, I had a professor where he did, and he got run out of his department.
Yeah.
Well, not
Yeah.
part. He got run out of part of it because he has tenure. They moved him to a different area, and then I had another professor who the dean did not like him. He was teaching 12 courses a year. No, you only expect to do 2, and the dean was pissed off because he wasn't publishing. And it's like, look, when I go to a university, I care about the professor teaching me the subject, not just on how many papers they've published. And a lot of papers are never even read. At work, we have a few PhDs. I will actually read their PhDs, and they're shocked that anyone's even read their PhD. And I'll be like, "Hey, this sounds good."
At least someone has, right? Like,
But that's what a lot of it is. The stuff gets put off in a corner, and no one ever reads it again. And it's like, what a waste of science.
It's also a lot of time. I mean, I had a friend who was doing his doctorate in philosophy, and it clearly like was sending him mad because he'd worked on it for like 8 years, and I mean, whether it was worth anything or not, lived and died on like the person who was reading his thesis, who really didn't like him, right? She was like, I don't like him. I don't like his writing. I don't like anything he's come up with. So like, he was like, all this work, and she's not gonna give me a favorable response.
So my friend's father, he said the hardest part of getting the PhD was the secretary, because she would kick everything back. Oh, you missed a comma here. You did this. And he's just like, oh my God, I'm trying to write this thing. And he said she was the biggest impediment, because before she'd even forward it to his, I guess his, what is it? His advisors, she would go through it and then kick it back. And it's like, could you at least let him read it to see if I'm going the right direction? And I mean, I saw people get PhDs in 3 years, and generally my professors would say, you can get a PhD in 3 years. It doesn't mean anything at 3 years. No one reads it. No one cares. Said normally, if you want to get something that's well recognized, you have to spend 6 to 8 years getting your PhD. And I was like, good God. And in the meantime, all you're doing is really collecting a lot of debt. Or if you're a research assistant, maybe not collecting some debt, but you're living near the poverty line that entire time.
Well, that's one of many reasons why I didn't go to university, because I had a very brief attempt at it, and then I was like, what am I doing? Like, I'm literally starving and working like at night and studying during the day. Like, I have no time at all. Like, I don't even have time to study. So yeah, like I'm amazed by people who can like see it through, because like it feels like a lot of the difficulty is just in being able to kind of like format things in the way that they find agreeable,
So I mean, we were talking about with my son, and I was saying I was going to send him to an apprenticeship. All these people are saying, well, you should go to technical college. And I said, and I've been listening to a lot of, I talk to unions and everyone else. They don't care if you go to the technical college. I'm like, all you're doing is wasting 2 years of the kid's time for him to go into a trade
apprenticeship. You do like a day a week in the classroom anyway, right? So it depends.
In the evenings, you'll do like once or twice a week. You do that in the evenings, but you're not getting but you're not going for an associate's degree. What you're doing is, but in the meantime, you're also getting paid the entire time you're working, because as an apprentice, you get paid for work.
Apprentice wages are getting a little bit better as well, because they're realizing if you just pay people nothing, like they won't.
Well, this was before, but I'm saying even when I we're talking 20 years ago when I went to college, realizing now Millie as an engineer, I had to get a degree, but I heard all these people, you have to go for college for this, and I went, I was making more money than most people who, and I'd gone to college for years, but really it was only 6 months of training in IT. And I knew more than the people coming out of college with 4-year degrees. They weren't teaching skills, was the problem. And companies wanted people with skills, not a degree. They would say that they want a degree, but the reality of it is they wanted someone that could actually run their systems. And they weren't teaching that.
Even doing basic things like using the library or like annotating your work. Like, I always found like the university approach to be like the most arcane and unnecessarily complicated every time. You know what I mean? I was like, it sucks. This isn't
Well,
for
well,
me. But
well, a lot of it is, I think, the universities are based off of something from the 1920s or 30s, where it's meant more
yeah,
of a social status than it was to actually train someone to do something. Um, and that's
yeah,
what.
yeah. Well, I
And I'm
mean,
not.
even
And
even
really,
the big, even the big academic, like the big kind of great writers of like the early and mid 20th century in England, it was kind of like it was considered a bit lame if you actually studied, right? Like you were just meant to ace it at the end, regardless.
well, you know what? At that time, you were only expected to make C's. You were expected to make C's and go through college. And now people are all freaking out with A's. But there was a young kid I talked to here. He started as a kind of like an intern, but he was working at the office. He started off with some money, but he worked there for 4 years. So when he graduated, they offered him a job for $120,000 a year in engineering. But he said his friends that got 4.0s and did better in school than he did, they couldn't find a job because they didn't have any usable skills. They said they had to work
Yeah.
for 6 months before they could get an entry-level job. And I thought that was hilarious.
Hey,
I mean-
George, what are you working on over there? You're awful quiet.
He's muted.
Oh,
George?
I hope he hasn't been muted this whole time.
Yeah, George is muted right now. That or he's talking to somebody else. Anyway,
He could be. I can't tell.
he's like, oh man,
Oh,
there we go.
shit. He's probably been telling us his life story.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, well, I do like this because you know what I'm seeing is, you know what it reminds me of? It's like if George is the space trucker sitting there as he's driving along and people are talking to him and you just like watch his hands as he's like, we went into an asteroid field. He just puts his hands up like, oh, well. Shields on full.
I mean,
We'll be good.
I think if you have a clear idea of what you want to do, it's probably a good thing. But if you're just going for the sake of going or because you feel you have to,
No, that's
not good.
Well, that's what I mean. It's people are pushing people into college too much, and I said, go work for a couple years and figure out what you want to do, and you'll save yourself a lot of time and money.
Yeah, that's kind of my opinion with Jackie. I was hoping he would do college much later, but his mom's been, drilling it into his head. You're nothing without a degree. Nothing without a degree. And I'm like, look.
Community college is fine, but really, it's like, go get a job, son, that sucks. The more jobs that you have that suck, the more that motivated you will be to actually get a job that pays well.
I'm totally agreement with you.
Yeah.
I talk about it all the time. I've had hundreds of jobs, several full-fledged careers throughout various portions of my life and stuff. I learned how to do stuff I'll never use again, but it built character, and taught me, how to treat the people at the bottom. I've always known that it's unsung heroes that really make the world go round, not the people at the top bitching and complaining and trying to look at me. Yeah. Well,
you mean the E4 mafia in the military, as they used to call it?
I call them the small men who make and mend the world.
Well, in the military, they just call them the E4 mafia because they would get all the stuff done because they all had their friend network laterally. And then
no, I mean people, the small people who make things run. Like I call them
every
you mean Oompa Loompas?
Well, I've been an Oompa Loompa in my time for sure.
like during COVID and to this day, every time I went into the grocery store, since we went early in the morning, early, to avoid people and stuff, I would walk by the guys stocking the shelves and tell them they're the real heroes. 'Cause without them, we'd all freaking, we wouldn't. They keep civilization up and running. You go to the store.
They weren't filming TikTok dances either. They were busy.
No, they were stocking the shelves. Doing the most menial thing that without them, there'd be warlords sitting on piles of food. Keeping it and hoarding it to themselves.
Well, I'm going to bring this up. So
they did. Obviously, it's not that grim or brutal, but I mean, they were taking the biggest risk all day, nonstop flood of random people who might or might not have had COVID and whatever how you feel about that. But they were there doing the hard thing and making sure that we could go in and just feel somewhat normal.
So our local
Cool, cool,
stalker,
cool.
yeah, I see. So one of the local stalkers, I came in with an OSC.
What happened to George? I know he left, but I could have sworn I just heard his beep that he was coming back in.
Well, no, yeah, George, I think was messing with his earphones until he could get back on. No, I came in with my old school essentials T-shirt, and one of the stalkers like, "Hey, I know that." So I sat there and talked to him, and every so often I passed by him, I'm like, "How you doing there, Chris?" Yeah, I
The,
agree
the
with you.
one, the one and only person I've met with two actually. He was wearing a D&D T-shirt, and I said, "Hey, that's a cool shirt." And he went, "It's my sister's."
Oh, no, no. This guy was like
Sorry
friends
to,
with.
sorry to bother you, dude.
Well, like no. For ours, he was. The problem is he wanted to do it on a Wednesday evening when he wanted the games, and it was in a bar, so it was awfully loud at certain times. And I went there, and I just went, okay, there's too much sensory overload, and then it's
Press the
also getting
like
too
button
late.
if you wear your sister's clothing.
As long as he didn't have
George,
the
I
same
can't tell if
boobs.
you're trying to come in or not. Can you send me a message or something? Because I keep hearing the beep like you're coming in, but then you're not there. And
Well. Here's the thing: is that the guy was wearing the shirt, as long as he wasn't stretching it out with his boobs compared to hers, you know.
Yeah.
well, the
It's
sad
like,
thing too
hopefully they're just wearing a
was
shirt.
you guys hear that? It was an
No.
AD&D Player's Handbook T-shirt.
Yeah.
Like my
Well,
Player's
it's
Handbook
like you wear.
T-shirt.
Yeah, it's probably
And I'm
something.
like, what the hell? I'm like, that's like, okay, and I can't say, hey, give me your sister's number. My wife's right there. Um, uh, it's just like I picked the wrong town to move for gaming. A lot of other things I love about this place, but gaming is just
I'll say this much: our local library, one is our head librarian, loves D&D, Mutant Call Classics, Dungeon Call Classics, all of the role playing games.
what's up, squirrel?
And then and then when my son is playing, now of course it's the summer, so not as many kids are showing up, but they're playing down there. And boy, you want to talk about that library getting loud? At one point, before the whole thing blew up, they were having 14 kids playing at once for the D&D game.
Really? That's awesome.
Yeah. And wait a minute. This is in a county of 20,000 people. So it's not like it's, a huge bustling area. But no, I was like, damn, I couldn't find like 4 people to play a lot of times when we'd have to go find people from other, places.
Schools.
Well, I thought it was interesting because I was hearing people earlier today talk about, the satanic panic. That's all the boomers. Who the hell cares about them? And the other part I noticed was
Cool, James.
like in my
It's gonna be easy
workplace,
to paint.
there are a lot of people that would like to play D&D. They just can't organize it properly because we can't get at the same time, or there's not a place to play at and stuff like that. So, but we're like 6 or 7 people all willing to play. We just couldn't organize it.
Running out of battery, which is maybe what happened to George.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna run to an outlet.
Oh, okay. I thought that you were running outside. So like, it's all solar powered.
Like my house is in the wrong part of the complex because I just get pine needles, and that doesn't work so well for solar panels. There's always like a big carpet of pine needles outside for me to clean up. So the front end of the complex, sure. Like
I'll be right back. The
probably
dog
a great
needs
place
to
to-
go out. I'll be right back, gents.
Okay.
No worries.
All right. Now we can do all the crazy stuff, James. No, just, no. I just wish they'd make all the Walmart parking lots, solar panels, rather than doing all the farm fields. One is you can park underneath them and get protected from the sun. But the other one is Stop destroying all the farm fields so you can put up more solar panels.
I just want a little portable one that I can like unfold in the backyard if there's ever a power outage or something like that, and I need continuity of power. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
I just want a little emergency one. And they're only a couple of $100. I'll get around to it at some point when I have a couple of $100 doing nothing, you know.
I was trying to tell my son, because his mother has a couple of solar panels, was to hook it up to their well water, because their well water has a lot of iron in it, and to create a bubbler with ozone, because you can create ozone that way. And if you do the ozone, it will precipitate out a lot of the iron out of the water. And I said, well, that would work out really well. Not only that, it also ozone works really well.
So you reuse the water as like grey water for the garden, or
no, it's well water. It comes out of the ground, but it has a lot of iron in it. And it's actually the point where the water comes out clear, but when it hits oxygen, it starts turning red, and then it starts precipitating all the iron out of it, and then it gets stuck in the pipes. And you always had to like use a roto-rooter to clear out the pipes and things like that. But my point being is that if you can get the ozone early on, you can precipitate a lot of that out in the settling tank long before it goes into the pipes. Plus, ozone, you can always add chlorine later, but ozone also kills off a lot of the microbes. So, that's a good way of doing it initially. And then you have like another tank, and then you put in some chlorine in there just to make sure you don't have to worry about, anything being formed up through your pipes. But yeah, it was anyway. That was part of the discussion for that. So my son may do stuff. We'll see. If he ever gets to drive.
Yeah, I mean, I've known people who keep grey water tanks as well, where they like collect rainwater or filter water from the laundry and stuff like that, and reuse it for the garden. Like, it's not 100% safe to drink, but it's perfectly fine for watering your plants and stuff, like, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah. No, yeah. Grey water, like you said, is and this
you're about 90% of the way there.
well I will say this much.
It's slight. It's a little bit of a gamble. I wouldn't drink it all the time.
No. Actually, most of the grey water is because people don't want the idea of drinking like their sewer water. All they do is they just don't treat the water when it comes out of the sewage plant. And the funny thing is the water that comes out of the sewage plant is cleaner than when they dump it into the river, because once it gets to the river, it gets all dirty again. And so, it's and at least here in Texas, it gets thrown into the river, and then it goes downstream, and then the next city downstream pulls the water out of the river, treats it. So it's like, well, no, I mean, I've been to a wastewater treatment plant, and just the stuff that goes into it. They said the only thing that doesn't make it potable is the fact they don't add chlorine to it. That's the only thing that doesn't make it potable. But people don't like the idea of it anyway. So they, like you said, they use it for, watering lawns and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Squirrel, that's awesome. Squirrel, just put this up. I've seen these. Supposedly some South Korean scientists created solar panels that are transparent and can be used in place of windows, supposedly. I've seen that. That looks awesome. Unfortunately, they cause mutations, so you get to see those beautiful sunsets like I just got to see with your third eye, when taking the dog out to pee.
Wait a minute. So you're saying you get 50% more beautiful sunsets every day?
Basically, I'm going to have to start doing that. I used to, when I first moved here, before I was online and perpetually, I would take pictures every day of the sunsets we get here. Freaking, the one I just saw now was just the most freaking gorgeous shade of orange God ever made. Just like, wow.
You should take some photos of your minis outside. Or, sometimes I like take my army men and put them in the yard and take a few photos, like in the grass. Looks great.
No,
I might think about doing that, but the wife would think I completely lost it.
Oh yeah, I have people walk past me in the park and they're like, "That stoner guy is doing weird stuff again."
Hey. I'll bet you no one messes with you either. So
No, in this area, people have messed with me, and I've come off second best too.
Oh, okay.
It's like it's getting a bit rough this end of town.
Man, I'm sorry to hear that, James.
Yeah, it's all right. I was probably due for. A lot of people would agree that I was probably due for a beating.
I can't picture that, but
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think of, like I said, I really want to get that monolith stuff up. I hope I get everything in there because, man, those minis, I've been watching online and they're pulling them out. And yeah, they're pre-assembled, but man, they are so gorgeous. And they're huge. You know,
Pre-assembled is great. Assembly and cleanup is like the worst thing for me. People's like, you don't paint much. I'm like, it's everything I have to do leading up to painting that always puts me off.
I especially hate when the mold line goes through like a really intricate thing. Like, oh my god!
Well, the trick then is just use a small brush and some like plastic cement and just go over it, and it'll disappear.
Oh, okay. Well,
you guys know me. I love the assembly process. To me, it's like I
like posing them.
I
like putting a little bit of life into the poses, like just like
it's like I'm literally willing to pay more for model kits than pre-assembled minis because it's a whole nother thing I get to do that's fun for me.
Yeah.
Like a couple months ago when I was doing all the scattered terrain, I was having so much fun assembling them that I assembled like 100 different things, right? Torches and braziers and tables and chairs and all this little shit. And I'm like, oh, now I got to freaking paint it. Oh, okay.
Well,
see, I'm the other way around. I love painting them, but I find putting them together like kind of tedious. I do like swapping parts around though. In my Saxon army, I'm going to bury someone at the back ranks with an AK-47 on his back. Like I like hiding Easter eggs. I'm gonna if I ever get around to doing goths, I'm gonna do an actual goth in like the back ranks with like goth makeup.
yeah. Well,
like Susie with a like a bass guitar on her back or something.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah. Like I believe like use the power of plastic to hide Easter eggs everywhere.
I'm kind of pissed because I keep seeing these sprues that are like swords and axes and shields. And I'm like, where the frick's the guitars? I swear to God, I would pay good money for a sprue of just miniature guitars and microphone stands, a little drum kit,
or keytars for Elder.
Yeah.
Whatever. I mean, even we can even do what's his name from Jethro Tull, a little guy with a flute and long hair, just jamming away.
The giant Emerson Lake and Palm keyboard rig.
Right.
Well, I mean, they used to have that. Well, I know that they used to have the musician for the units, which I always thought was so cool. Like,
I mean, the closest you can get is, I suppose what I need to do is go look for the Reaper Bones because the Reaper Bones Reaper does have a line in their chronoscope. There's like some musicians, and I can just cut off everything but the musical instrument because I need to take my Blue Oyster Cult minis that I'm painting up. I gotta have the band, you know what I mean, in the background, and then there's all these cultists because back in the day, everybody knows the song "Veteran of the Psychic Wars." Well, most people don't remember was that when they performed that song, they literally had a bunch of cultists dressed. I'm gonna say it because I'm probably wrong, but from the way I heard it, it looked like the KKK came out on stage with the pointy hats and everything. That's the story I heard. Maybe it was light blue and the neon light made it look white. But
Shadow, I watched Mississippi Burning last night, like because I felt like watching a Gene Hackman movie. And,
that's a good movie. I've actually seen.
That's a good movie.
It's not bad.
Which is surprising knowing the movies I watch. But I got my Billy Jack DVD box set in the mail. So I'm going to be watching that real soon. I was trying to explain that to some folks who'd never heard of it, and to Jackie's like, "What are you watching a hippie movie for?" I'm like, just wait for it. He's going to take his boots
You're
off.
like,
It's all going to make sense.
listen, son. All those hippies ended up in boardrooms across America.
Because it was an amazing story. The actor and his wife who made that movie or those movies, what they did to the independent movie industry. They created it, or at least made it viable for things like the Blair Witch Project and other things that came out before and after to even be a thing. And they really stuck it to whatever movie company it was that made that movie and then sold it back to them because they thought they'd never be able to get it in theaters, and they made like tens and tens and tens of millions of dollars on a $700,000 budget back in '67. So nice. I know the movie's kind of a
Well,
certain
how the
way.
other day you mentioned the movie Zulu,
Mhm.
which is a complete tangent. Something came up in my feed, this channel called the History Chap, who does a lot of like red coat history and stuff. He kind of did a breakdown of the true story of that. And that guy, who was the engineer building the bridge, Michael Caine's offsider, he had never fought he'd never even heard a shot fired in anger up to that point. Like
That movie
no experience at all.
that movie and Shaka Zulu. I managed to see both those movies throughout my life. The carnage.
Well, here's the interesting one. They did the seven was done in the '60s with Zulu. They did the one for the battle that preceded it in like the late '70s. I have not seen that. Yeah, that one.
Was like the big main battle where the British suffered like thousands of casualties. Like it was a real shock and an upset for them. But because they weren't really properly prepared, they were kind of like, there's no need to dig defenses or set up a picket. They just really caught napping and they got wiped out. And obviously it created a massive scandal in the papers.
Oh, it wasn't just that. They also they had the ammo, but they said, "Oh, you're not part of my unit. I can't give you any ammo."
Yeah. Ridiculous stuff like that.
It was so bureaucratic, and I think only like a dozen guys survived that battle. It was something horrendously low.
Wow.
And
only
it was like 1,200 British died, and that's what they, when they're the ones that warned them, and then the other group that attacked the was it Warwick's Drift? The group that attacked Warwick's Drift had missed that big battle, and
Sorry, I heard Orcs Drift.
Warwick.
Well, Orcs Drift has been done. It has been done.
Anyway, no, I mean it's a great story, but the Zulus were specifically told not to attack an entrenched position, and they ignored it. And it was. And the Boers had the right idea. Hey, we'll just use our horses and we'll just harass them. That's what the Boer idea was. And the British are like, well, screw this. We're going to teach these backwards. And
we'll do a full pitch battle and kind of see who. Yeah, like they completely got like caught on the back foot, and it created like a massive scandal. But apparently, most of what's in the film is pretty close. They didn't like leave singing. Apparently the blood was killing was so bad that the Zulus just slunk off at the end. They're like
they didn't cheer, and they didn't do and then Hook, his family was really pissed off because Hook was actually a very respected soldier.
But they made him into a kind of Cockney kind of swinging 60s kind of character, a bit anti-establishment or whatever. But so his family was not happy about that, but it was I mean overall it was still I still love that movie. And the other thing that's interesting, which people don't realize, is most of the injuries on the British soldiers on Warwick's Drift were actually from firearms. They were not from the spears. Right, okay.
Yeah.
Because the Zulus had picked some up, You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, well,
Like
yeah.
they'd gotten into it. They were getting into firearms. I mean, the thing is, that part of Africa, they went straight from kind of Stone Age to Iron Age. Like they were smelting weapons and stuff like that. So
so Shaka Zulu got rid of the throwing spear, and then I think Ketewayu, and I think it was his brother. I mean,
that was a big part of the movie Shaka Zulu. That they had this big long thing where it went from the big long spear to the short spear.
Yeah, but it was that spear that they used for Shaka Zulu was more like the gladius used by the Roman soldiers. It was very similar
with a very long handle.
But the throwing spear, there was an actual throwing spear. Ketewayu, I'm hoping I'm getting his name right. He brought it back specifically to help deal with like the firearms, things like that, because they could still throw it, 20 or 30 yards. And and that was the other part too, is if I remember, the British couldn't get to water for a lot of it, when they were marching.
That's really funny, because I've seen so many war games that don't take that into account. I didn't even know that. I didn't know that they brought back like ranged weapons, because in a lot of war games they always go, oh yeah, the Zulus would have some ranged weapons, but let's gloss over it because they wouldn't be using them effectively. So that's quite interesting, actually.
Well, like I said, it's we're talking 20 or 30 yards, for the throwing spear. But yeah, at the time they weren't like the original before. Shaka Zulu came out. The battles used to be fought where two sides would sit there and they would throw spears at each other from 40 or 50 yards, so you could actually dodge the spear. So it was very low bloodshed.
Yeah, and a lot of those things were more like ritualized,
right?
Proving
like
ground,
like the coup stick of the Native Americans.
Where you have to be a real anus to get killed. Like that.
Well, you have to have slow.
It's just for weeding out. It's just for weeding out the absolute stragglers. If you can't get out of the way, I'm sorry, tribal life is not for you.
Yeah, exactly. But no, that was part of it. I thought it was really interesting for that, and the Zulus got. I mean, I think they still surrendered horrendous casualties at Ithawanda. Anyway, they still suffered huge, tremendous casualties, but it was that reserve force that came in that said, well, we want a piece of action. They attacked Rorke's Drift, and that was, and that's the other thing, which I mean, I love, and they do war games with this, but, when you start using like bags of flour or corn as sandbags.
They were all ration tins and like ration bags and stuff. It wasn't even proper sandbags in most cases. Yeah.
Well, that's what I meant. It's just like if you've ever picked up a bag of flour, like the 50-pound bags of flour, and then they would just throw them on top of there, like, okay, this is our sandbag.
It's funny. I watched another thing about answering questions about medieval warfare that are common on Google. They get a historian on to answer common kind of Google questions. And they talked about boiling oil in sieges. The first thing they did was they said, in medieval warfare, they were all obsessed with these classical Roman texts about avoiding open battle because of how unpredictable it is, and trying to push for the siege as the decisive clincher move, right?
Yeah.
Because the campaign's expensive and it's hard to keep men in the field, and people have got to go back to harvest and all kinds of stuff. So he talks a lot in the video about sieges. It's on the History Hit channel, but he said boiling oil, he's that's in a lot of the text, but it's not really something that they actually did very much, because you've got to get a giant pot onto the rampart and light a fire on the rampart and wait for it to reach boiling point and somehow time it so that it
it sounds insanely dangerous just to get to that point.
Yeah.
Well, actually,
he's it's not practical.
A lot of
he said hot sand. He said hot sand was the big thing, because it would also cause the armor to jam up.
Kind of like molten sugar.
But no, I mean but sand. I've heard. I've also heard that they just boiled water, and you just pour that on someone. And it's like, okay, you don't have to. And then just like whenever we talk about tar and feathering someone, it was not the asphalt tar that we think of. It was more like pine tar. So don't get me wrong, it was still hot and still caused burns, but it wasn't.
But it was also it was also antibacterial and left a fresh scent. So
it gave a licorice flavor to when they were attacked by a bear.
Yeah, but that's a good video if people want to check out history here. It's like I picked up a few things, even like the whole warhorse thing. We always think about giant medieval warhorses, and they were like, a lot of them would have been like kind of small ponies by today's
15 hands. Usually what I heard was about 15 hands, which a pony is usually under 14. But the other part that people forget about, and I think they actually did a really good job on the Night of the Seven Kingdoms. A lot of times they would have 3 horses, and so like one would be a gelding, which was the nice one to ride. One would be a stallion, which was kind of your war horse, and then they would have one that was just usually your pack horse. And so that was and we don't talk about that, but that's why you would have to these men in arms or these retainers that you have to deal with it, and you have to clean all the hooves and everything else.
Well, some people think that the warhorse particularly was like a one-use thing because you can't really train a horse to do that a second time. You know what I mean?
Well, I've heard different things. I've heard that there are some horses that that once they went to battle they were completely broken and you can never use them again, and then others were okay with it. But you really have to train them. I'll tell you this much, and people forget about this: horses are a flight animal, and donkeys are a fight animal. So that's why.
Donkeys.
Well, we laugh at it, but that's why I heard that donkeys were. But that's why even today, a lot of times farmers will have donkeys out with cattle because they'll fight off coyotes or even up to mountain lions. Yeah.
Well, I don't know what it's like in the US.
Well, and actually, that's what I thought was funny was I was listening to Tim Kask talk about the belay or some of these monsters and said we did this specifically because someone found out that they could use to go down into mines and
maybe if you give them like big cork floaters just in case you have to go kind of a cork belt around their neck to keep them like above water sort of thing just in case.
Yeah, but you know what? I was just talking about that thing you were saying with Tim Kask. To me, that's like a dick move.
What? Creating a monster specifically? I'm okay with it because it's
because it wasn't. It was created out of maliciousness and preventing them from using something that they learned how to do specifically to make the game harder. There's other ways to make the game harder than to go after something like that for the sheer purpose of going after that specific, like counteracting that one rule that they figured out fair and square a way to to problem solve, and now you're going to create a creature with one sole purpose to fuck that over.
Well.
Sorry, can you just clarify? Can you just clarify what that is for people listening at home? Can you just clarify what that one rule is? You can't bring pack animals into the dungeon, or
the only thing you could bring in besides like dogs would be mules and donkeys. You could bring them into the dungeon to carry the extra treasure that you would find. So that you just weren't just limited to a backpack of treasure and that's it. Because a lot of times players, they're encumbered. They found, they've all filled their bags with treasure and they don't want to go home.
So here's the thing. It doesn't bother me because there's only one monster and it was not a very common monster. And so that's why it doesn't bother me. Is to have something that's rare doesn't bother me. Now, if you do it where it's every time, then you're just
the big problem I found with it was it would always happen on the way to the dungeon. So right off the bat, you're telling the players, well, you're only each getting a bag of gold no matter what you do, so fuck you.
Well, see, I have a different viewpoint. Is, hey, guys, we have to protect the horses. That's not any different than if you were
How do
going
you
over
protect the horses from a land shark that comes out from underneath the ground and just goes, graboid style? There goes your donkey and half your rations and a whole bunch of supplies.
Well,
There's
Well,
nothing you can do about it.
that's why you bring more donkeys. It's not like
Feed the whole swarm.
well, I mean, this
traditionally, right? Like even with like cavalry, like if you look at like pretty much like half of cavalry in history were really like mounted infantry, right? They'd ride there and then get on foot to fight. Right?
or do the
particularly,
opposite.
yeah, or do the opposite. But people always left horse holders with the animals. Like you can't just leave an animal tied to a tree. Like, yeah, Ree's great grandfather in the First World War was a horse holder. Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't
You would have
bother me
been
as much,
you would have been very young. It would have been the best job to give a guy who was like lying about his age to get into the army, right?
Yeah,
like, all right, kid, you hold the horses.
The problem with the boule or the land shark is that you don't see it coming, you don't hear it coming, and it comes from under the ground up and grabs the donkey and goes back down. There's like nothing you can do.
Well, you know what? Then you only lose one donkey normally. Like, okay.
That's very kind of Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyote type mechanics.
Well, it doesn't bother me. Again, it doesn't bother me as long as it's used infrequently. If it's one of these things, unless you say, "Hey, by the way, there's something out there that likes to eat donkeys." If you go through this text,
I'm okay with like sticks of dynamite and the Acme, jack that you can use like climb the surface of a mountain or something like I'm okay with all that ridiculous stuff and ridiculous mechanics like Wile E. Coyote type things, but I want to be able to do that as well. I don't want to just exist in that universe and not be able to do crazy stuff myself, to just be helpless human in a world where the ground opens up and swallows you. I mean, that was actually one of the best things I saw in Shogun, when there was a landslide and he was like, holy crap, the ground literally opens up here and swallows you.
And I looked at it and I actually liked the what they did with Shogun just based on what I saw for it. But like you said, the book is like, it's like 1,000 pages if you actually read the original book. Shogun. And the other part is, and this is what I'm so glad about, it's not limited to the sensibilities of 1980 either. So you're not, it's because they did so much censoring back then. You're like, man, it would have been so much better if they could leave this in.
Well, it was, I will say this, it was raw. They did touch on some adult themes. The violence can be a bit visceral, but it wasn't just like, 4-letter words, titties, and like over the. You know how some HBO shows they're like really over the top. They're like, look how raunchy and crazy our show is. Oh my god, it's ancient Rome and everyone's taking their pants off. You're like, all right, just get to the story.
I like a naked woman as much.
It was restrained. So what do you
It touched on adult themes, but it exercised a little bit of restraint where it's like you're not just watching it for the sensationalist kind of, you're not watching it because it's like a telenovela or something.
Well, I will say this much. I do. I don't mind it. What I mean is when they cut things just because, it might be kind of risque. But I also like you said, I don't want it where it's gratuitous. If it should be part of it,
that's the word I couldn't find. That's exactly it. That's spot on.
It's like, look, I don't mind.
I love some HBO shows, but they are so gratuitous, and it's like, okay, you've been given a bit of largesse with your writing, and you've gone, I'm going to make an impression.
I was watching something a while ago. What the hell was it? It was the second half of Twin Peaks when it was on HBO, and the main character is like hooking up with this prostitute, and she was like pretty much damn near naked. He's already dressed and she's still walking around, you know, and I'm just
Yeah.
like, what the shit? You know, this wasn't
Which is
Lynch's idea.
Well,
You know, this is all HBO, even back then. Just like this is this all. I can already tell the second half of Twin Peaks is going to be ass, and it was like the
well,
first episode, right?
Yeah,
the
horse
other part
insurance. That's exactly right.
is like The Walking Dead. Like, fine, I don't mind if you have some gore, but when it seemed to like we'll just add more and more gore, which they did also with Game of Thrones at one point.
Yeah, it got so silly, and it's like this is really a show about humans being cruel to humans, and zombies just happen to be there. And you're like, okay, thank you, thanks,
yeah,
Reddit.
but again, when I say gratuitous, I'm talking about, hey, we're going to do just the gore. I'm like, there's not that much blood in a human being. You know, it's, it's
I couldn't make it past the first half of the first episode of Walking Dead with the little girl. I'm like, I'm out. Little girl, zombie face, I'm out. And I'm not usually bugged by that stuff.
Sure.
But I'm like, okay, they cranked it up to 11. First opening scene, just to make me feel like
one of the hillbillies in Mississippi Burning is a hillbilly in The Walking Dead, isn't he? Like,
yep,
yeah,
I believe he is.
He's a hillbilly character. He's one of America's leading hillbilly actors.
Well, but
Randy Quaid. Randy Quaid was in it.
No, I mean, I really did enjoy. I enjoyed the first few seasons, and then after a while, you could feel that they were just kind of grasping at straws to keep it going. And you know, the other problem is, I liked Sons of Anarchy at the beginning, but it got sort of in the Shield.
They needed Mickey Rourke. They needed Mickey Rourke to play like an uplifted zombie. Like,
Mickey Rourke is great in everything he's ever done. I don't know why people say anything bad about him ever. He's a national treasure. We should have seen him in a lot more.
Because he's such a character. You know what I mean? He's larger than life. Like, you know, it's like even now, it's like, yeah, he does crazy stuff, but it's because he's just bursting with like nervous, creative, angry, working class man energy.
The next thing I buy,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, the next thing I buy is going to be all of the things, the products attached to Sin City, just to have more stuff with him in it. He absolutely stole Iron Man 2, if that was possible. Just saying. One of my favorite movies of all time is Harley Davidson and the Marlboro Man. Go figure. Love that fucking movie. I've only seen it like twice.
But you have Mickey Rourke. Who was the other one? He was
Don Johnson.
No, he was. No, we're talking about. He was about 20 years older than those guys. He was Mickey something. I can't remember.
Dolan?
No, it was Mickey Rooney.
Oh, they're nothing alike.
Mickey
Rooney was a piece of shit.
Well,
Mickey Rooney was the inspiration for all the warlord Japanese World War II sculpts, and thankfully they've replaced them because they just all look like Mickey Rooney holding a rifle.
Well, no, I was referring to Mickey Rooney. Just the characters he plays are just, you know,
he was one of the worst humans to ever exist. Yeah, my old man told me stories.
Bring me another wife. Bring me another wife. I broke this one. That's basically Mickey Rooney.
Yeah, I've been watching a lot of those videos about certain old actors and actresses and things that they did, and
this band absolutely hated this band, and then you watch and half an hour later you're like, no, where's the punchline? Like, god damn it.
Oh, I know, I hate those guys. I hate those videos. I saw one that showed
why David Bowie at Dire Straits had a punch up in the car park at Costco. You're like waiting for it.
I didn't watch it because I knew it was going to happen, because they always get me with shit like this. And it said like actors that kept their homosexuality to the grave, and it showed Rock Hudson, Andy Griffith, and some other person I didn't recognize. I'm like, Andy Griffith was not fucking gay. Okay,
they just make stuff up.
If they meant Don Knotts, we all knew. Okay, right? There's no secret. I mean,
And Rock
even-
Hudson was professionally straight. He was just homosexual as a hobby. It's different.
yeah, he was a very avid homosexual. I know that blew me away. You know, when I found that out as a youngster, because I watched a lot of crap with him in it. What was it, like Ironside and Perry Mason?
Ironside was great. Ironside was great. Perry Mason was awesome. They need to make a Perry Mason board game or card game. That would be awesome.
Well, I mean, of course we had to watch Ironside because my parents were in wheelchairs. I mean, you literally just like they just went, "What? Someone finally represented it?" It's like, oh god, this is gonna be awful. This is gonna be so cringy.
But is that really what? Do you think that that's really what resonates with people, or do you think that we're just told that? Because I can watch something and not see myself represented and get into the
I know.
I didn't watch the white guy in Shogun and go, "Oh yeah, that's totally what I'd do, bro." Like,
I think for most folks like us, it's kind of like the opposite. We want to see these character studies, these characters that are so different from us, because most of us have not done any of these exciting things or whatever.
I don't want to watch a movie about a chubby contrarian making soup. I didn't do that any day.
You just put mirrors up in your kitchen. You're good, right? Maybe a camera. So you can watch yourself watching yourself watch yourself. But then you end up going back in time because you open up a portal to another dimension from too many. Anyways, I don't get that. I mean, when I make up like NPCs, I don't make them all me. I make weird, strange, interesting, hopefully, or nobodies. And just try to play them. As
Indiana Jones wouldn't have gotten up that kind of like away from that giant rolling boulder if he was anything like any of us.
He'd be swell. No, Omen would have raced out and freaking. He's probably the most fit of all of us until his knee gave out, right? Like it's outside the cave and then snap. Oh, my knee! But
actually,
he would have made it the farthest of all.
You don't notice until after the fact. You're like, oh crap,
Yeah.
Well, you know what they don't show? They don't show Indiana Jones in the 6 months of physical therapy after doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, it's amazing what adrenaline will get you through, and what a good night's sleep will.
Oh, dude, I had the freaking I had like a 2-day headache because of the heat. I'm like, what the fuck? I used to thrive and live in this shit. I go out grocery shopping and it happens to be 90 degrees, right? I come home with this freaking splitting headache. I took must have been like half a bottle of aspirin over the course of 2 days. Couldn't get it to go away. And stupid me, all I needed to do was get a freaking a frozen bottle of water, put it on the back of my head, and I'm like, why did I think of that?
It's not like you to be dehydrated either, because you drink heaps of water, right? So.
Oh yeah. It's the only thing keeping the diabetes away.
Well, it's funny. I really cut back on. I tend to buy these every so often. I buy a bottle of cordial or something, and they come in these glass bottles, and I just reuse the bottles for chilled water, and we drink heaps of this. We just basically very rarely buy soda or juice, Well done, Mike.
Those would make great Molotov cocktail bottles too in a pinch.
Well, just in case, you never know. But watch me set myself on fire with a Molotov cocktail. Yeah.
Well, James, we like you too much for you to set yourself on fire. Number one. Number two is...
Oh, we got 2 tubs of ice cream. Hey, look at this. Oh, this is undoing my diet.
And number 2, James, is that if anyone's going to light you on fire, that we want to be in on the fun. So,
not just that, but also vanilla. Classic milk.
Vanilla's the best. Vanilla's the
love-
best.
Well,
You know
You
what
know,
though? I have been much more
as
of a
with many
sorbet.
things, yes, yes, sorbet is great. Sorbet is great.
If you do
Lemon,
film it,
yes.
Mike is saying if you do light yourself on fire, film it.
Yeah, I will, because when the revolution comes, that's what I'm doing, like slipping on a banana peel, like on day one.
But no, I really like having the sorbetto just because I don't like the milk doesn't agree with me. So
Well, you don't agree with it either. Always starting arguments.
I've actually rebuilt a little bit of lactose tolerance. They say if you have a little tiny bit of milk every day, you can kind of build up a little bit of resistance to it.
Well, here's the funny part.
I've been doing that for a long time now.
I have no
and I can
problems
mostly
with
eat
cheese.
dairy.
I have no problems with cheese. It's only milk. Like I have no
Well,
problem with
because
heavy
our
cream.
milk is shit.
No.
Well,
No, a
also
lot of
milk has a kind of like acidity that ferments in your stomach, and it can cause upset. Whereas like cheese
already
doesn't have quite
it
the
has
same
sugar.
acidity. And,
It has sugar.
Yeah.
Most milk has sugar. Whereas if I get heavy cream, it doesn't have the sugar, so it doesn't affect me. Like butter, cream.
I gotta tell you this story. My wife got a carton of half and half, right? And told her mom, my step whatever, this isn't milk. Don't drink it. It's just for coffee. Just a little in your coffee. And she understood. This is milk. Drink it.
Oh
And
no!
she drank the whole pint or whatever whatever. Drank the whole thing and was just racked up, and it was like, we can't.
I don't
tell
understand the American milk system. Like here, you can get light milk if you want it. You can get plant milk if you want it. Although honestly, plant milk is a scam. There's like 3 or 4 almonds in your average carton of almond milk. Believe me.
Yeah.
If you made it yourself, that's a different story. But who wants to make?
And how much free time do you really have to make that kind of?
Yeah. It's like, what have you been doing? I've been making almond milk. Okay. Oh, and have you been taking your medication? You know, But I don't understand the American milk thing. We just have milk, man. We just have like full cream, baby. Yeah. That's why we're all giants. That's why we're all 7 feet tall and like have hairy chests, and that's just the women.
Yeah.
You're a midget. I like your shirt. Ree's got a damn t-shirt on.
No way! I just watched what the fuck video was it? I just watched one of their videos like 3 days ago because I went down to the Lords of the New Church freaking memory lane. Nice. Because I had thought and I was wrong. I thought that Brian James was in The Damned, but he was actually in the Dead Boys and Lords of the New Church. And so I went looking for a Damned video came up after I watched a couple of Lords of the New Church videos. I'm like, okay, I don't see Brian James in this video. What's going on?
Do you remember Lords of Acid?
No.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I knew some guys who called themselves that, but that was a different thing.
They're kind of KMFDM kind of era, a little bit later. Wax Tracks, yeah, kind of era, like same kind of era as Ministry and stuff like that.
Okay. Yeah, I've been trying to listen or watch use YouTube for MTV, watching all the old 70s and 80s.
It's the best.
Tell me about it.
I even
It's
like
so
watching
much more.
like old. I like old variety shows and talk shows from back in the day because they're much
Like
more
Dick Cavett and shit.
Yeah, they're much more intelligent than. Yeah, I love Dick Cavett. It's much.
Oh
more
yeah,
intelligent
we've
than-
become absolutely retarded. Some of the things
Yeah.
like if you ever watch even one of those videos,
They don't condescend. They don't condescend to the audience. They don't assume the audience. Is dumb.
I saw this clip. It was from what was that game show with Chuck Woolery, where it would pit married couples against each other to try to get points. Was it the Newlywed Game?
Chuck Woolery's World of Divorce.
And they had this couple. they're asking him, what was the last Jewish food you made for your husband, and
Mhm.
she said something like really dumb, and his answer was bagel, and she says, "What's a bagel?" She says, "I don't know what a bagel is. I'm Mormon." It's just like, oh my god, if you said something like that today, you'd be like, whatever. But it
Well,
was just so funny how,
even just
you know,
like I remember when the Brits used to make really good comedy. Like I was watching Spaced. You know that Simon Pegg. It's kind of it's sort of like just before the kind of Black Books era, like kind of around that era, and it's very similar kind of
Gesundheit.
very similar humor to Black Books, where it's like quite wholesome and innocent and off the wall.
Mhm.
It's quite zany, but a lot of the stuff in there would be considered a bit politically sensitive now, and I'm like, with like the territory for like expression just gets like more and more narrow. Like it gets harder to express ideas without accidentally treading on someone's sensibilities. You know,
Well, if
I
you
just
want to see
stopped
how
caring. That's a
far we've,
millennial problem.
you're right. That's
depends
as
on where
Jack
you live.
as Jackie
Americans
says.
have
That's
more
a
free
that's a
speech
future Jack
protection.
problem. It's not a me problem. That's a future
Americans
Jack problem.
Americans have more free speech protection than most though. Like other countries,
I
it's
know.
like you have it in name only, but like if you really step over the line, it'll make your life very difficult.
I know. We were just teasing you.
If you want
Don't
to
get
see
me
how
wrong.
far
I
we,
think the American model's better. You should be able to say what you want, no matter how
Well. Here's the
you know,
problem I have with all of it, which is
ridiculous
if you
it
can't
is.
critique your government is
Yeah.
never going to change whenever it's doing something bad.
Well, it's funny
Yeah.
because I started doing I decided to like start doing surveys to make a bit of extra cash. And a lot of them are so very clearly from the government, and I'm like, wow, I actually feel like I have like more feedback, like that I've ever had. I've been able to give more feedback about community safety and, whether they're looking after the environment or the transport system than I've ever had in my life. And I'm getting paid like a few bucks per survey, So,
yeah, but they're also putting you on multiple lists while that happens.
yeah,
That's really
probably.
cool. I mean, what the
This
hell
is
is that? I mean, it's a ghost ship. It's just had a book
this is the Pirate Borg
DM screen.
DM screen, but it's that is
That's
glow in the
pretty. That's
dark.
pretty cool.
This is glow in
I'm
the
still.
dark.
You know what? I gotta find that. I'm still looking for the old Ravel model kit of the glow in
Yeah.
the dark ghost ship because I
Yes.
saw it a couple of months ago
Yeah.
at Hobby Lobby, but it wasn't on sale. It was like 29 or $39, and I'm like, I'll just come back next week. It'll be here. No, of
Oh,
course
of
not.
course. No, it's
I've never been super interested in Mork Borg. Like I can appreciate the kind of zine kind of way of presenting things.
I
We
hate
used to make
Morkborg.
those for
I'll be honest.
fun.
I hate the layout of Morkborg, but Pirate Borg is actually well laid out, and
Well,
I
this
like
is
the
the
art
thing.
level.
Everyone seems to have their pet Borg, and I think the one that I found that I like kind of interested in was their World War One game. It was
Interesting.
like,
What's that,
yeah.
Trenchborg or something?
Well, it's like
It is, Mike. It absolutely is.
predates Trench Crusade. It predates Trench Crusade, which raises a lot of questions about where Trench Crusade really came from. It seems like it's copied a lot of other weird war games, right? But it's kind of like a 5 or 6 figures aside. The lore is quite open-ended. It's just like a lot of people being killed by this mysterious fog. You're kind of eking out an existence on the trenches because that seems to be the only place that there are people. And you kind of have conventional, like 5 or 6 conventional World War One guys, but they kind of develop mutations over time and have to come up with like innovations to kind of avoid the fog. And it's quite a fun little. There's a lot of like consideration given to things like tanks being possessed by demons and stuff like that.
Well, I mean, for Pirate Borg, I liked it. I like the artwork, even though it's super dark. The artwork makes it kind of humorous when you look at it, which to me, art sets the mood. Even if you're in a really dark, if you didn't make it, kind of this weird quirky stuff, I'm like, oh, okay, it's a lot more fun. Then
I like what they're doing. Like I like the spirit of what they're doing. I just like the execution is not my style. Like I would probably
No,
do
well,
it. Like
well,
they're
like I
going
said-
for a very like punk rock kind of photocopied kind of zine kind
for
of vibe.
Trenchborg?
You know?
Or whatever you call it.
Well,
for the Trenchborg?
for a lot of the Borg books, like
Yeah.
for Morkborg, it's very much that.
Well, no,
you know,
no, but I mean for
DIY,
Pirate Borg,
sort of feel.
like I said, it's for Pirate Borg. You know, you've got the art is better. To be fair, you know, you've got that. Of course, this is the, you know, the you can see that there's a pyramid there. You know, volcano, the goat ship. You know, to me, and then of course the whatever that monster is. I that's what I kind of want out of my games. Is I don't want I did not like the art style for Morkborg at all. I didn't like the color scheme, but no, Pirate Borg does. But the other thing that Pirate Borg has, and I know that the show is talking about, hey, you guys should be a captain ship. They did the same thing with it. Is you've got you've got ships, you've got cannons, you've got firearms, you got all sorts of stuff that are in there that I think are pretty cool.
Hey, George, are you still out there, man?
To us,
George, I feel bad that he's having trouble. We haven't seen him in forever, and then he comes and his tech.
Well, he said he said he hadn't seen me in forever. You're like, oh, I was like, no, I just was busy several weeks in a row with my son, so that's why I wasn't on. But no, like I said, but the other thing I like about Pirate Borg is it has ship to ship combat, which I think is something that's missing in a lot of stuff. It's like, oh, well, you can do cannons, and this is what it does. And then you've got pirate captains and zombie captains and skeleton captains and sirens and giant turtles.
It's lovely when a rule set. It's lovely when a rule set is comprehensive. You know what I mean? And like if you turn back to people and you go, okay, you want me to play in your world? Do you have solo rules? Do you have siege rules? Do you have rules for, you know what I mean? Like, do you have a skirmish level version of, you know what I mean? Like, if everything is accounted for, it's like it just becomes that book becomes a playground. You know, like you can do anything with
That's
it.
what I love about Miguel's work. The Red Room, every game like Savage Swords. I forget the Age of Sail game he did. The sci-fi games, they do all that. They've got the solo, they've got the siege warfare, they've got the ship-to-ship combat, they've got it all. But mind you, you're going to get it all in one 6 or almost 700-page book. So be prepared.
Well, I mean, you laugh at that, but my axe to get the complete axe stuff was 1,500 pages. I mean, it's
that's pretty impressive.
Well, I'm not even trying to knock it, but of course you got the player's book. The first 120 or something pages are for the characters, and then you got equipment, and then you've got the rule set. And so the first 300 pages are probably what the players need, and then it starts going over into what they call hijinks, which I really enjoy. The hijinks are the stuff that you do outside of your role-playing stuff. It's like, what do you do during your downtime? So then you can go over like, I'm going to do this and this and this, and so you have rules for that, and you can get experience for it. And then you get the then they have the siege warfare rules, and then you've got all that. And then of course you got the players book, which I wish more of them. How about this? You can do a DM's guide. Give me more optional rules, not rules in there, but say, hey, here are your options. If you want this kind of game, use these rules. If you want this kind of game, use these rules. If you want this kind of game, use these rules. Like I like fate points for characters. It's like, look, we can play mudcore kind of stuff, but I even as a DM, there are times I want you to be super heroic and go, Super Saiyan. Hey, guess what, guys? I get 7 attacks this round. Awesome. And guess what? Every time
I'm very lucky at the. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, hey.
Hey.
Hello.
It's been a while.
Mike, James, Mike. I don't know if you guys have met.
Oh, maybe.
I know him by reputation alone.
Maybe once. That's not good.
Omen, the Planet of the Apes game did that very well. I mean, it literally gave you felt like more than one game in the book. You know what I mean?
That
because
is-
like how many great games are really just like 5 or 6 mini games lashed together like
Mhm.
in an interesting way, right? Like
It really should be that way.
board games are like that, you know.
Oh God, the original John Carter SPI game, and what was it? Circus Maximus, the bookshelf game. That was literally
Yeah.
like what, like a dozen different arena style event games. You know, the gladiator race, the cherry races, the gladiator combat. You know, the Christians versus the Lions, or whatever. You know, just a whole bunch of different. You know, like the discus throw, and just a whole bunch of mini games in one game, and you could
Oh,
stitch
I
them
know.
together. Or
You mean like my monolith game here for all of these?
of which he's building a literal monolith.
Yeah, a monolith of the monolith.
Okay,
It was, they were half off. They were
cue
at
the
same price.
2001 music.
These were the same price, but I mean, it's like,
Bum,
come on, how do you pass this up? You get Ragnarok, you've got the Destroyers box, so I got 4 of the large minis there. I've got my
I
crafting
reckon
box.
Omen has more. I reckon Omen has more minis than I do.
The sad
reckon
thing
he
is that
does.
you have more minis that are painted, so we even out.
Yeah, see, they really don't count if they're not painted. They're just game pieces.
Yeah,
They're just game
I
pieces.
think as long as they're assembled, they
No.
count. That's the way I do it. They have to be assembled. Once they're
Yeah,
assembled,
yeah, if you have to apply the glue, I'll give you that, but you don't. You pop them out of the box, you put them on the table, you say, "Let's play." Those aren't minis.
those are minis. Those are absolutely. That's
No,
play.
those are biggies. I've seen those. Those boxes are huge.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Those,
Hey, let me see your hands, Omen. I can only see one. Okay,
Well, yeah,
no shin bone.
I'm
All right.
holding something. Why?
I was just checking to see if you had a shin bone.
Oh.
2001 Space Odyssey
Oh,
in the
okay.
monolith.
Oh, yeah.
You don't remember that? I want to watch that movie now.
Actually,
You know, everybody
wait.
hates that movie?
Hold it. Let me summarize 2001. Please don't, Dave. Sorry. Okay. I've summarized 2 hours of the movie for you.
I still
You're
want to
not,
watch
you're
it.
not a Kubrick. You're not a Kubrick guy, are you? Because I know you can't stand Barry Lyndon, which is like one of my favorites.
Well, no. I love Spartacus. I love I love Full Metal Jacket, and I love Dr. Strangelove. But
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Barry Lyndon was boring to me. I
And
watched
so no Clockwork Orange for you, Omen?
I didn't like Clockwork Orange.
You're not supposed to. If you
I
like
know.
it, there's something wrong with you.
Anyway, but actually,
Eyes
it tells
Wide-
me the
Eyes
bottom
Wide
thing.
Shut
Like,
is
he
pretty
can't
good.
be responsible for being a violent criminal. I'm like, I don't care. He deserves to get punished, you know. And then the other one was
Question: do these count as minis? Because this is like the cheapest way to game, right? Like this is like $10 for like 50 of these little dudes, right?
If you got to clip them, they're minis.
What? Hold
okay.
it. Wait. They're minis until they get to 1/8 scale or larger.
Right. Okay. Yeah, fair enough.
Oh, I've got to send you guys a video. Remind me. Dave from Emperor's Choice sent me this video. Tell me if you've seen it. It's about a guy who orders a sex doll, but it's for gaming.
Oh, I haven't seen that one.
No.
Okay, you'll love this.
I did join because I was going to comment on the pirate board, and that I did not like Morkborg at all. Did not like. But pirate board, I actually like. That is actually it's a game.
Yeah, it's less about the.
Surprised me.
Well, I looked at it and they said it's it's the most popular of all the board stuff, and I went, yeah. He actually he put minis. Well, now they're doing minis. I just backed the Kickstarter for all the maps, and the fact he was going to do the acrylic stuff. I was like, well, this is kind of cool. I backed his other stuff. I like the ideas. I like the randomness. You know, if we were going to be playing a nautical game, I'm like, I just have to get up and running, and then I would be glad to do it. Speaking of,
I like that they put ship combat rules and ship combat rules that I've messed with them. Haven't played another person, just kind of messed with them, and they kind of they feel right, in my opinion.
Yeah, I've listened into the what is his name? Luke, who goes by Limithron.
Yeah.
I've liked his stuff. I like the fact that he does his own artwork in the book. Like he not only is the editor and writer, he's also the artist. And they seem about the right size too. I guess this is about Shadow Dark. You know, it's not a super thick book.
Yeah.
It's what 140 pages.
Yeah.
And then, you know, they've got a couple of the others there, so that works out well. But the starter set is excellent too. It's got everything you need. And
it was a surprise for me to because I was like, I picked it up because of reviews, and then I was like, oh, I'm gonna get the other stuff to it because it surprised me. And then that new book has almost like a conversion to if you want to kind of BX it.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, what I also like is if you want to do
only like 2 or 3 pages, so it's easy enough to just might even be on their website.
If you want to on Pirate, you know what the other thing I like about it is you can roll on the random charts really quickly and get an adventure in like 2 minutes.
Oh yeah.
It's like, oh, roll on this, roll on this, roll on this, and like, okay, you have 4 locations. This is this one. This is this one. Go ahead and roll what items you find. I mean, it's like, okay, guys, I really do like the system for it. They've made it really simple. It reminds me of kind of like Shadow Dark had a baby with BX, and you know,
and being kind of semi-historical, the Haunted Caribbean.
Yes,
I was like, oh, you can use real maps now. All that geography that I didn't think would ever come into play.
Hey!
No, I don't have a single pirate game in my collection, and I really need to remedy it.
Well,
hey, what was the other one that was out there? Was didn't you ever play Pirates? Sid Meier's Pirates?
No, I didn't. But I did play the. I think it was PlayStation 1 or 2, Legend of Black Cat. That game was fucking awesome. It might have been a PS2 game where you're running around as this pirate chick and you're getting stuff from the island. But then when you get in your ship, you get these like sort of arcade style naval battles. And as your ship gets better, you get more guns. There was an old game. Love that game.
Sorry, there was an old game. I think it was called Broadsides.
Oh yeah, from the board game, like Milton Bradley. Me and my old man played the shit out of that game. Oh, I miss that game. That was.
I never had it, but my buddy did, so we'd play it.
So Sid Meier's Pirate.
I don't even have a good Age of Sail. I don't even have a good Age of Sail board game. I need to do something about that. Actually,
wait, you don't have Dreadfleet?
No, I've only got the only naval game I've got is a Confederate ironclad game that I.
What about that game you recommended I get?
I've got the rules, but I don't have any ships or anything. Like,
that's the tough part. Well, you know what I did, for like ironclads and monitors and such. If you go out and get yourself a selection of tongue depressors and craft sticks, like popsicle sticks. I made some surprisingly neat looking ironclad ironclad submarines and monitors. And I made the mistake of using little magnets for the guns, for the cannons, like little 2 millimeter magnets, because I needed something that was round and small, cylindrical. But the problem was they were so strong, like I get one cannon glued into place, right? And then as soon as I go to like glue the next cannon in place, it would get latched and yanked over to the other cannon.
Yeah, I'm afraid of it
because they were so powerful.
Any complicated rigging on like model ships just kind of freaks me out. Like I look at it, and I'm like, I'm too retarded to do that.
I know how you feel. I was watching that video the other day. This guy was making them out of nothing, just household junk. I'm like, fuck, I want to do that so bad, but
I think that's why I like monitors and like ironclads and dreadnoughts and stuff, because they don't have like really complicated.
Yes, Chris, we are. Welcome to the show.
Wait,
let's
not forget.
My brother lives on a boat, and he's probably my second wargaming opponent, and I can't believe that I was thinking the other day, I'm like, why don't I have an Age of Sail game for him to play? Because he would go nuts. Like, he would be really into that. So I need to do something about it.
So we have two things here. One is you guys all talk about the miniature modeling, but it just makes it that much more impressive of people who'd put the ship in the bottles, considering how small those bottles were, relatively speaking. And then number two is, and I'll have to play again this year, which is they had the Moby Dick, Lego Moby Dick that we played with. And they've been doing at the historical I think it's the Lone Star Historical Miniatures Convention that they have here in my town.
Nice.
And they're gonna they've been doing it for every year. And I'm like, it's 5 minutes away. I'm like, there's no excuse for me not going over there and just getting a 4-day pass. And it's only like $30 too for like all 4 days.
If anyone watching can recommend like Age of Sail games, put them in the comments. Like, I'm gonna start looking. That'll be my next pocket money purchase. Maybe.
Yeah, I would love to. Yeah, there's something special about having which I love for Pirates because it went over from 1560 to I think 1680. Was it 1680? It was something like that for the Age of Piracy. And I was like, well, that's really cool because at the beginning, and Pirate Board falls right into that. And so anyone that played Sid Meier's Pirates, you're like, hey, I know this map. I remember going on to all these places when I was a kid. Hey, I remember sacking this with like 2,000 people. And it kind of, I mean, don't get me wrong, it was pretty simple for what we have to nowadays. But man, I used to play so many board games for Civil War and everything else. And anything I could get on my hands on.
I don't think games need to be complicated to be good. In fact, I tend to like go more towards things that I can just get a family member or a friend.
You guys remember Stratego?
Yep.
Yeah.
Tell me that wasn't a great game.
Yeah.
So
that mechanic of like the hidden tile, like or the tile facing away has been used like a lot since then. It works. It still works.
I want to get that game for me and Jack because I had so much fun with my old man. It's simple rules, but it was so deep for what it was, and still actually a lot of freaking fun. Just like Broadside. I was playing that game with my old man at 8 or 10 years old. I think we got it at a yard sale or some shit, for like 50 cents or whatever. But I mean, I learned real quick back then, the whole crossing the T, man, just freaking broadside the shit out of them, and just maneuver. And
Ree's a big fan of Battleship. Just that simple game. Like, she loves playing Battleship.
So my son added a couple of rules to that, which is we said if you were within a certain number of spaces, we had to tell you if you were close. And so we would start, oh, you're near my battleship. But even if you missed, be within like 1 or 2 spaces, except the submarine. We never had to tell where the submarine was. And so unless you hit it.
A lot of those games are improved with just like 1 or 2 little house rules or rules that become like almost like urban.
Well, I mean, Battleship, they improved that by making it electronic. So just the noises alone, that. That's all good for us. It's doing it for us. Because we would do that, right? Who didn't, right?
So it's not that I don't mind complicated games because I mean we're playing RPG, so we're talking hundreds of pages of rules. But if you look at it as, when I play with my friends down in Houston, sometimes they'll have 10 of us, and it's like, look, we only want to play rules that take 5 to 10 minutes to explain. So like if you ever played the card game Werewolf, the party game Werewolf.
I thought you meant the other one.
Werewolf or Mafia or whatever you.
Yep. No. Secret. I think there's another one, but
Assassin or something.
Yeah, it works out really well.
Secret Uncle A.
Well, it works. It works out really well because it's quick to explain to everyone. They can get into the game without having to know a lot of the rules. The other one that's really good for like just getting a bunch of people together is King of Tokyo. It's more complicated.
Welcome. Oh my God! Look at you two. Oh, you guys are
Hey.
brothers, right? You're related, right? Look at you two.
Cousins at least.
But-
Long lost, I guess.
Yeah.
But I mean, there's
But,
there,
those
Chris,
games that
Chris,
people,
Chris,
Nope.
James.
those
Hang on a
games that
second.
people actually play,
All right, I was getting a double sound there.
you know, like I like nerdy rules, but like I like them for me. I wouldn't impose them on like family members and friends and go, oh, you don't game, but like let's play this really complicated hex and counter game. Like I just do that on my own, you know, like.
for me, that the whole thing was whenever we have this big group, like I had one of my friends, he was trying to explain the rules. I said, look, if it takes more than 10 minutes for you to explain the rules, just stop. Like we played, I don't know if you guys have ever played the card game Bang. I think that Shadow would really like Bang.
Yeah.
Shadow, are you familiar with Bang?
You've told me about it several times.
So
I don't. We don't have like toy stores or places like that where I could,
you
know,
can
like,
go to Amazon
browse.
and just order it. It's not that expensive. It's like $20.
Right, but that means I've got to do more than just be there and see it. I got to write it down, then go down and do other things. It's a different process.
Well, so I played that with my my son. We were playing a couple of games, and then they had Bang with his friends, and there were 6 or 7 of them, and that's a really good game if you have a group of like 6 or 7 people to play with. It's like, oh, okay, and it's fairly fast too. Everyone picks up on it, and we always do ridiculous stuff on it. But those are games that I think are really good for people to without having to, or very easy to explain the rules to.
Like beer and pretzel games, right?
Yeah,
that's why I love Hero Quest.
Yeah, that Bang game is like it's above like a Uno thing, but it's not as complicated as like making a full character.
And each of you have a different role. That's the nice thing. Oh, what are you? Oh, I'm an outlaw. You don't tell people what you are, but there's outlaws, deputies, renegades, and
sheriff.
The sheriff is the only one that people know. And the sheriff has to figure out who are his deputies and who are his renegades. And so, or the outlaws. The outlaws try to kill the sheriff. If they kill the sheriff, they win. The renegade wins if he's the last person standing. So there's that. So yeah, and I think you can get up to 9 people in Trinket. Sometimes we play with enough expansions.
There's expansions. Yeah,
and it's like, hey, just add these rules and like, oh, okay. So we're flipping through. But I think you would really like it, Shadow, because it's got Indians and cowboys and beer and barrels. It has all the. There we go. He's pulling up the back stuff. Awesome. Go ahead. You gonna show it off, right? Go for it.
So I thought I'd jump on here real quick before I go to bed or whatever.
Yeah.
I went to Origins a few weeks ago, so I thought I'd do a little bit of show and tell for you here real quick. Because somebody was mentioning something about a ship-to-ship combat game. You were looking for one. Mm-hmm. And when I was up there, I got a copy of this. It's called Black Sails.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking about. I was thinking about that one because it's really more like my brother would be like more into it than me, but I would have to
kind of see. Sorry, I still got the plastic on everything. I haven't had a chance to take it off, but
hold on. Let me hold on. Keep it right there. Keep it right there. I'm going to make you bigger so we can see it better.
You get a lot, don't you? Like. And they don't have to be British and French. You could paint them as like Dutch and Spanish if you wanted, right? Like,
apparently it gets really intricate. Like if you see like the rigging, those little this box actually comes with string, so you can do all the rigging.
That's the bit that scares me.
But
because I could very easily tie myself into one of those like permanently.
But yeah, this here, there's no like initiative. It depends how the wind is hitting your ships at the time because your ships move faster, and so this seems like it can get pretty involved.
Yeah, I'll see what it costs you.
Send me a link. I'll check it out without the glare.
How much was it?
Sorry,
no. I'm just fucking with you.
I got that for $94.
Is it? Are they like model kits or what's the deal?
No, they're like, I think they're like little ships. That, well, hang on one second. Let me see if I can pop it out of here. I've just been so busy, I haven't even had a chance to open this stuff. That was like 3 weeks ago.
No. And you also got the expansions for it, I guess?
No.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering.
No, I
Okay.
want to see if I actually like this first or not before I get any expansions. Let's see here. Whoa. Well, you can kind of see there's all kinds of stuff on
Whoa. Yep.
sprues
nice.
and everything in there.
So are they kits or just pieces?
I'm sorry?
Are they like mini model kits or are they just pieces?
They're mini model
Yeah,
kits. Can't you see them right there? No, they don't have a lot of parts to them, but
Okay. I could get into that.
It's got, I guess, smoke for fires,
Okay.
dice.
keep them big, Shadow.
It's got a, oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
No, it's keep them big since he's showing everything off. There you go.
oops. So it's got a whole bunch of these.
Yeah.
Oops. No, I'm not going to take these out of the plastic, but it's got a bunch of cards, and you can see like the sales. Oops.
Okay.
The actual sales are in there. And then, there's the string. And
Yeah, that would stay in that bag.
this is like all like the islands and terrain and whatever.
Okay. Oh, that's kind of cool, actually.
And then
Like that dock there. That was kind of
there's the rule book, which
okay. That looks a little daunting.
Well, I'll bet you a lot of that book is also scenarios. They're not just all rules.
oh yeah, a lot of this. There's a lot of scenarios in here. There's also guides of the ships, like that.
Shadow, you could do them as Americans versus British, like War of 1812 or something like that. You know,
This is
What is that?
I don't know. They're like all the little chits and markers and whatever.
Are they like movement templates or something? Maybe.
You know what? I bet you these are wind directions and stuff.
Yeah,
Right.
the wind.
And then there's like cannonballs and flags for, I guess, what ships you take or something. And then at the very bottom, you've got there's one big giant sea map that you can
Oh, that looks actually kind of cool.
unfold.
Like the waves and just subtle.
Is it textured or is it
No, it's smooth. It's just the picture.
It's almost
of
like
water.
a photograph, right?
Yeah, it's a photograph of water.
Oh, okay.
Oh, nice. Okay.
It's actually smooth.
Please definitely send me the link to that.
So, yeah, they had the whole thing. They just happened to be set up in the one gaming hall there. I've been looking for a ship-to-ship combat like this for a long time. So that was.
Did you ever play the WizKids Pocket Model version?
Oh, I have a ton of them over there. I would love to play them.
My wife and my son actually enjoyed playing that game. We loved the sea monsters and all that. But it was just so hard to find more pieces after a certain point because we found that we kind of were rough on them. Even though I super glued the ships together, the masts and stuff, would fall or get loose.
I put them together and said, I'll never take these apart. After I put them all together, I said, nope, these are staying together. I got that. I got this. It's called Dogfight 1917.
Oh, you want to check this shit out. When I was a little kid, like 8-10 years old, I'd be in the backyard mowing the lawn every Saturday. And every Saturday, there was a guy somewhere in California that would fly over our house in a reproduction of the Red Baron every freaking Saturday. So early on, not only was I reading Snoopy and, learning about World War II through my dad, I loved the shit out of that whole era of combat. Sopwith Camels, all that shit was just, there was something like extremely macho about that to my kid brain.
This is up to 4 players. There's the rule book. It's super thin.
That's cool.
Sorry,
what was your name? What was your name, by the way? Because
that's Chris.
It's Chris. Okay.
Chris
Chris, I
Schaefer.
noticed that the Warlord ships, you can buy like bloody. There's like 4 ships of the line in one box for like $23. That's
Oh yeah,
pretty
he was
good.
showing. They had like a whole wall. They had all their product there.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
but these are.
Prices.
Oh
are
no
real
no
good.
no you didn't.
Oh, that's awesome.
Oh dude.
Those are the little.
Yeah.
They've got little bases that they sit on like this. There's little directional arrows. Oh, hold on. There you go. Little directional arrows on them.
Someone sent me Dawn Patrol like last year, and I always wanted that game. And then I was like, no way, TSR made a World War One, pilot role playing game. I opened it up, I read it. It's like, oh, it's just a war game. I ain't gonna never get nobody to play this.
Here's the.
Oh yeah, that's awesome. Flying over
It's
the
a map of little hexes on it.
Yeah,
nice.
And it comes with
That's
4 planes.
game.
It's up to 4 players at one time.
Each player one plane or formation?
Yeah, each player one plane.
Oh, that's the best.
Here's this is the character sheet for the stat sheet for the plane.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, nice.
And it's got a whole bunch of those in here. Oh geez, look. Then there's 2 decks of maneuver cards.
Okay.
So you can like go up.
That sounds like kind of like the best of both worlds between Dawn Patrol and Ace of Aces. You guys remember that game?
Mm-mm.
No, unfortunately.
Oh, okay, guys, check this shit out. Back in the day, Ace of Aces, I think that's what it was called. You bought it and you got 2 books, 2 little mini handbooks, right? And each page was an illustration of what you saw out the cockpit. At the bottom, there was your maneuvers that you could pick, and the page number to tell your friend to he would tell you what page to flip to. You'd tell him what page to flip to, and you'd see what you're in the page, what was out your window, or what you saw, and you would try to maneuver like that. That's all there was. It was just these 2 little books, and if you take this maneuver, that's what he sees, and what you see, and he tell you what page to turn to, and now that's what you see, and they had to figure this out like hardcore, like one still at a time animation kind of thing. You know what I mean? And you'd have to like mentally figure out, no board, no nothing. Just I see this. What am I going to do so that I can get freaking up close to him and then get the page that says fire? And we used to, something you could carry around in your inside coat pocket or your back pocket, and you could play your buddy who'd have the book, in another class or whatever, and you'd meet up and be like that. Because when Jackie was little or younger, he and I would ride in the back seat while his mom and grandmother would ride in the front. So they could do their, women in Mexican, and we could sit in the back and talk guy stuff, and it would have been the perfect little car game. So it'll be like, okay, turn to page 32. All right, turn to page 47. And get that little spatial thing in his head going. But we never. And then I found out how expensive it is because it's such a classic game. But being able to do it on the table and you get to see everything. That was always a dream as well, because I built a lot of Sopwith Camel models back in the day, 50 years ago, hanging from the ceiling. Curse you, Red Baron. Oh, man. That's going to be...
You know what, though, is... Well, I'm laughing about, depending on how many pages are on these books, you can kind of print them out and self-bind them and go from there, if you can find a PDF of them.
Of what?
Pop me back up again for a second. I'll show you. This is the last thing I got up there.
Okay, he's just making me freaking...
This is called Half Tilt.
Oh, okay. That looks like a lot of fun.
You play halfling knights in a jousting competition. And you can actually
I bet that's on James's shopping list.
You can play. You can do like bracketed competitions to eliminate each other. Here's the that slid off the outside of this. This is the box for it.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So they
And I will pop the box open. So you get, I'm like a fat, ugly Vanna White here. You got
So
2
just
decks
Vanna
of
White.
cards for doing your jousting or whatever here.
Mhm.
Oh, there's what the back of them looks like.
Cute.
Okay.
Is
Yeah.
that Joe McCulloch's game or a different?
I
game?
have no idea. Hold on. Here's a bunch of the. Oh, these are all bases for the horses and stuff in here. I think. Oh, and these are the miniatures.
What
here.
I mean is the rule book like the Osprey game that Joe is working on, or is there do we literally have 2 halfling jousting games in the world?
I'll look in a second here, and it
It's
also
probably
comes
3.
with. I think these are the tournament. These are all you pop all these out of the boards.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Are
no
those,
way.
They-
MDF
Are those
board?
wood?
Really good.
That's
Those
MDF.
are good MDF.
I think these
Yeah,
are like they're either. I think they're made out of stuff like board game material.
Oh, okay. Okay.
It's still in the plastic, so don't quote me on that.
I was wondering because it looks like they're laser cut.
Yeah, it looks
like
Yeah.
kind of like MDF board
They
or
do
something.
very
That's what
good
it is.
MDF at TT Combat, so it's probably
Who are you thinking this was written by?
Joe McCulloch maybe, or is
It says here game developer Bradley Rees, Rees.
Wow. So we literally gaming is doing so well now. We have more than one halfling jousting game. That's awesome.
Now, when I saw them playing this, I thought it was just regular knights, and then I looked in and it was like halflings, but it doesn't seem to make a difference. You could, so here we go. All the those are all like the little halfling knights in there. They're all. I want to say they're plastic, but I thought he said they might be some kind of resin or maybe they're 3D printed or something.
Okay, but just be careful with them is the point, right?
Yeah. I think they look like resin to me.
They haven't gone into like. Hold on, let me try to take one of these out here. He was saying something.
Taste it. That'll tell you. Taste it.
I don't think they've gone into full production yet, or something like that. Is what he was saying.
Right. Yeah, because TT Combat do a lot of resin, but they're moving over to doing more.
I don't know if I can.
Yeah,
Fortunately, my camera's
I see it. Okay.
My camera's not that great, but you should be able.
But there are now 2 Hobbit jousting games, as James said.
No.
That's great.
They're halflings because no
Um,
one's.
Actually, you know what? Leave me up for one more minute here. I will show you a couple other things. The last thing I got up there, this was like a little quickie game. It's Connect 4 dice roll game.
Okay.
It's kind of neat. Like you can actually like the flip thing. You can like build up your line and then flip somebody out of your way and keep making your line and stuff like that. But it's like a little quickie half-hour play game.
Okay.
I got this like a few years ago. This is a blast. It's a Risk Strike.
Interesting. Cool.
It's like a fast play sort of like little card and dice game based off of Risk. But let me think here.
Chris, you got good taste, man.
It's got. I'm not gonna pull all these cards out, but it's got all your cards with like your different things like troops and spies and maneuvers. It's got these like little victory chits, and it comes with some dice and like this is the whole rule book for it right here. It's like a little.
Oh yeah, that's nice.
Pamphlet. So that's a good one to play, and it only takes like maybe a half hour to tops to play that. One of my favorite quick play games, if anybody's ever seen this, is called Ink and Gold.
I've heard about it, but I haven't.
It's a press your luck game. You build up like a line of cards, and you're all heading into a temple, and the cards will have like these like little piles of treasure on them. And then, if you say each round, you say, all right, I'm going to continue on. And if you land on one with treasure, everybody divvies the treasure. And then the next round, you choose whether you're going to back out of the temple or keep going. And
sounds like that game you told me about, James.
And you can, but of course, if there's a cave in and everyone dies, but that was the round you happen to leave, you survive that round and get away with the treasure. And then at the end, you tally up all the treasure and win. Another one I like is this one here called Roll Through the Ages. This is like a really short playing version of Civilization.
Okay.
You can be done in like
Interesting.
45 minutes, an hour tops. Unlike real Civilization, unlike the
Yeah.
real. And rule books. Oops, rule book's not very big.
Mm-hmm.
It comes with a whole big ass stack of these. Oops, they're like sheets for tracking your game progress. Whether
Yeah.
whether you're building monuments and building up different civilizational skills and stuff like that. So it comes with a big thick pad of those,
That's pretty hefty considering the size of the box. It's mostly that.
and you've got like these like little wooden board things to keep track of your resources and what you're gaining.
Okay.
It's got 1, 2, 3 of those. It's got 3, 6, 7 of these dice with pictures on them, and each one represents like gold, coins,
Resource.
wood, wheat, and then you got like your little pegs that track it. But that's pretty much everything in that. But that's a fun one that plays quick. So that's it. Oh, wait, one more thing. Somebody was mentioning Circus Maximus.
Yeah, that was me.
Well, I've never got to play this yet, but if you want a quick play version, there's Circus Minimus.
So, interesting.
Really?
So,
It's just like a book game like this, and it's got a little mini map in it and little mini
Okay.
cards. and stuff.
Okay.
so last year when I was playing at the
All
convention,
right,
I was watching them play Circus Maximus, and they had a full board that was the size of a. It was, I think it was bigger than bigger than a normal dining room table, as they were going around, and they had all the miniatures painted, and I don't know if the guy's still alive. I heard one of the guys who was
No,
running
we lost James.
died this year, but he, I was like, holy hell, but they were, I forgot how many they were going through and how many, counting off and how much damage we were taking and everything else. Yeah, it was, but it was really impressive to watch. When
Oh,
you get, like,
I
full
bet. I
footage.
mean, you could literally have, I mean, a whole freaking weekend of playing the different games. No worries,
Well,
James.
it was 4 days of playing the various games at the. Oh, and one thing, they had the BattleTech, and then they had 3D printed terrain, and the miniatures for BattleTech were like 2 or 3 inches tall, but the buildings were like 12 to 18 inches tall next to them as they're playing. Oh yeah, with 3D printed, and they had a bunch of 3D print stuff. It was really cool.
Thanks, James.
Yeah, it's.
And Chris, James says that is an incredible haul of games.
Thanks.
Nice, yeah.
Yeah, like I said, the first
I need links for like 3 of those. You know which ones?
Yeah, just
Oh,
the
Lord.
first initial. The other ones I've had for a while. Those first initial ones were the ones I got that weekend.
The dogfight, the Age of Sail. Those are all things that I grew up as a kid playing that stuff before a lot of the other things I ever played, and I played them with my dad. My dad's been gone for most of my life, and very few people, that I'm going to bump into are going to want to play an Age of Sail or a freaking World War One dogfight game. If they made a video game, an online video game, I still wouldn't be able to find anybody to play. You know what I mean?
Come to Texas. They've got I said.
I know. I'm working
All
on
you have
it.
to do is they've got one. I think it's coming over around Veterans Day. It's 4 days. It's that Brian usually runs his games there for those 4 days too.
Is it not Historicon? That's Virginia. Is it ReaperCon or
Lone Star Historic Miniatures.
okay?
What it's called. It's the convention, and it's got tons of war gamers, and then they have a bunch of the old stuff. And then, like, he was showing off the Warlord. Warlord had a big thing out there. They had several different. They had the vendors hall, but they also had, you want to talk about games that I love too. They had the Battle of Midway, and they had a referee, and then they had 2 sides, and the player.
Oh, that's another one I've always wanted to play. Superior Models made the best original metal World War II, battleship minis. They were pewter, and to this day I see them all the time, and I'm like, oh man, I could really get into collecting those. And the paint jobs are so simple. It's like gray, black wash. You're done.
Well,
You know,
but no, he would do it, and then you would bring out, and he would say what the other side could see, and that gets put on the board. Versus, and it was double blind basically, so the two sides didn't see it, while the referee would tell them what they would see. It was really cool to watch. Some games are just fun to watch, if nothing else. It wasn't even that expensive to go. I think like for the convention it was like $30 for 4 days or something.
Have you ever seen that version of Battleship you play with the shot glasses?
No, I'm not familiar
I
with that.
actually just saw it at, I want to say it was Hobby Lobby of all places.
Really? Yeah.
I had a couple of, I came up with two shot glass drinking games of my own that I've never seen. I even looked for them. They came to me in a dream, and I don't drink anymore. I haven't had a drink in like 15 years, but I had this dream with these two games, and I'm like, dude, I can make a crap ton of money. I just gotta, you know, do a few things, and it would be so easy because I mean, you print up a bunch of shot glasses and you make a board, and you're done, right?
Well, these ones had like all the ships were bigger like this, and instead of the plastic pegs, you had shot glasses in them. So if somebody hit your thing, you had to do a shot every time.
Wow.
Somebody. So yeah, they really sink your battleship in that one.
By the time you lose, you don't care.
Yeah.
You're like,
He died from alcohol poisoning.
think this one.
Yeah,
Think this one. D3. Go there.
Wait a minute. This is a game for Indiana Jones. When he first meets Marion up in the Himalayas.
There was a game they had up there called Crokinole. Has anybody else ever seen this?
Mm-mm.
It's like it's sort of like a big 2.5.
Welcome to the show, Death Angel.
What's up?
It's
We're just chilling, talking about drinking games of all things.
Is that what I jumped in on?
You sure did.
Oh, sorry. I was disputing a copyright claim.
Oh.
I'm sorry to hear that.
No, it's all right. The song is not only public domain, it can't be copyrighted because it was performed by the U.S. military band.
That's why I got lucky, and Rick from 28 Millimeter wrote and performed our intro song. That's why I still use it, because it was made by a good friend who kind of left YouTube when Shonner passed. He's like,
oh yeah,
yeah. But he wrote me like 10 different versions of it. So as soon as I can find a way, and when you guys hear that skip in the song, right?
Yeah.
That's only on
your
Restream.
version.
No, if I play it off the original, when you see my morning videos, there's no skip because I'm playing it off a secondary device. It's the same file is loaded into Restream, but they skip it.
Interesting.
Hey
and
guys,
I own the song.
It's been about 4 hours. I'm going to head off because I need to get some sleep.
Yeah, I was actually gonna shut the show down at the top of the hour.
I figured that. I was like,
Well,
damn, they're still going.
I'm looking at.
I'm gonna stay till I'll
We
stay
got- we
for
got
another
more
7
games.
minutes, man. Don't want to
Yeah,
give you the
so-
bum's rush.
Okay, I can do 7 minutes. Yeah, but
Chris was showing off some really cool looking games. Rick's Indo is great. Rick was really nice.
for a Canadian, it's so bad.
He was one of the nicest guys I ever met. He sent Jackie this great Canadian hat, with the flaps and everything, way back years ago. Just because he's just like, Jackie's a good kid.
Yeah.
He wears it all the time. It still fits, and every time he wears it, he thinks about him and stuff. And even Jackie, misses the old fart. I mean, Shonner, he misses Rick too, but it's almost that time.
I miss watching Shonner, man.
When Shauna was on, he was really on. It was unfortunate those last couple of years.
Yeah. Well,
So
he's one of us, and that could happen to any one of us. And similar things have happened or are starting to happen to some of our friends. We just, some of us don't see it. Some of us don't want to see it, or, anyways, not to be a bummer in the last 5 minutes. Chris, those games, man, some of those are just freaking uh, like I got to get out more. I'm just saying.
Oh,
Um,
that's the first time I've been to Origins in a few years, and
Indeed, James.
I might actually go up next year and actually play a game. I used to
Yes,
game.
I wouldn't even play. I don't care what convention it is. I would have like a wagon and a couple of girls, just putting shit on the wagon, or putting it in boxes and labeling the boxes to ship back home.
So
Uh,
so so my friends were doing are going up to Gen Con. They do it every year. And I said, why don't you guys just rent a van and go up there so you can load up all of your games? And my friend Billy, who has like 600 games, I kid you not, like his whole house is full of board games. We keep adding shelves to his house so he can put more board games up. He he literally he's like, yeah, that's what I was saying, but Scott doesn't want to drive up with me for 12 or 14 hours. Who the hell cares? It's like, well, he also complained that now Southwest isn't giving the free luggage, so he can't bring back as many games either.
yeah, that's why I would mail them back. It's just cheaper to mail them back.
No, it's
Well,
cheaper just to rent a car. You just rent the
Oh,
car and go up.
yeah, but see, here's the thing: if I came home rolling in with that many boxes, the wife would well, she would lose her shit. But if the boxes come in one, then another one, then another one
oh, sneaking them in one at a
during the day
time.
when she's at work and she don't see shit, she'd never know.
It's called a
Um,
storage facility. You get a 10 by
Dude, I'm
10,
this
and you
far from
just
needing one.
slowly
No,
pull them out until
do you
he's
know
like,
how much money? Okay, do you know how many games I could buy with the money it would cost me to rent a storage unit to store the games that I? Anyways, again, I would create a time vortex.
no.
Of,
You only do it for 1 month. You only get the storage for 1 month, so your wife doesn't realize that they're slowly being filtered into the house. That's what I'm trying to
Is
say.
that the trick? Oh,
That's right. That's
yeah.
right.
Well, I screwed that up already.
why not
It's
run a con inside a Renaissance fair? More drunken victims, I mean players, to claw at their bodices, mayhaps thought, be it.
because most of them are starting to carry swords, and that's my issue with them.
And most of them are way above my weight limit. Just
Did
saying.
did you say swords? What swords? Swords.
Ting. Nice.
Hey, did you see that email from Dave and George from
Oh yeah,
Epic?
yeah, of course.
It's a
Yeah.
spy
Yeah.
hinder for a rat.
So
Yes.
so I guess it's available now.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab 2 copies and I'll give them right away.
Yeah, I might.
I mean, I backed the Kickstarter. I might as well back for 2 more and hand them out to two more folks. Later on down the road. Um,
Yeah. I just I
Help them
just
out and
I just saw it because I don't know why I saw it. It came at 4:30 this afternoon. But
I saw the first one that was saying that you'd get one. You'd get if you were a Kickstarter backer. Wait for that notice, and then I saw that it was time to come here, and I'm like, George and Dave know I'm good for it. The thing is though, um, I backed last Kickstarter. I backed it twice under 2 different emails,
yeah,
so I could back it and get 4, but I'm not going to do that because
no.
I'm already going to have 4 copies anyways for different reasons. Well, actually, I'm going to have 3. One of them is going out to a friend. I got the pre-release version up there, and I'm never even going to use that. I got the hardcover. It's I
I
use it
think
in
I
every.
still need to get the hardcover one.
The hardcover is the best in my opinion because everything from the 3 books has actually been recompiled so that the monsters are all together, not in 3 separate books. All the magic items are together, not in 3 separate books. All the magic. So it's just an easier volume to use when role playing. When I'm actually at the table here gaming, ask Omen. I can just grab that book and go, Aralcum Golem. Okay, here it is. It does this. I've even got bookmarks in it for the various things that
A
come up.
rock'em sock'em, it has to come out there and it has to like punch. No, I'm just kidding.
Nor a calcum.
And I got these.
I've got those. I've got the originals. I've got 2 sets of the originals. Um,
I got these at CNY.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Okay, yeah. I've got everything they've made. I've even got a Monty Cook written world.
Oh yeah, that's a good book.
It's a beta test book that even George and Dave don't have. Mind you, of course, they've got shit I don't have, but you know.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. Well, I'm glad they got that new thing, the new melting pot.
oh yeah, tell me about it because their minis are. They've got some sweet minis.
And if like you were talking earlier about Reaper, if they're gonna stop making uh metal
Metal.
minis, yeah,
I
I
mean,
need to.
they're making all the obvious signs of getting ready to ditch metal. In which case, I'll be completely done with them. And every video, uh, take care, Owen. Every night, or every video, I will give them shit for caving in and going. I mean, literally, they are right now famous for making the worst miniatures in miniature history. White Bones
Yeah.
miniatures, right?
Well, I don't know. WizKids did some pretty bad ones.
Nope,
Yeah.
not as bad,
That's
Did,
not as
did,
true.
bad.
did you see the ones that like the paint jobs on them? They did those pre-painted minis, and they look like they were done by a 3-year-old. They
Well,
probably
yeah, because
were.
they were
A
Chinese
blind
3 year old,
Chinese conscripted 3-year-old.
but that's not the same. You know what I mean? They it's not quite the same. Take care, Omen. What Reaper is doing is literally making poor Ed freaking do cartwheels in his grave. Um,
Yeah.
because I mean, he made you know some of the best minis in decades. His company, and then they decided, well, let's make them out of the shittiest material possible, and charge the same price for the old cost of metal. Oh wait, now let's make them even worse and charge more because
Yeah.
people will buy them.
Yeah.
No.
Well, I need to get some advice on how to go about painting metal because I've never done it before. So
I'll be more than happy to show you everything you need to know. But there's plenty of people out there better than me, but uh, I've just been doing it longer than them.
yeah. Well, I
but
like to meet people. I don't have any talent, but I try.
it doesn't. Here's the thing: you're painting by numbers in 3D.
Yeah.
Anybody can paint by numbers in 3D.
Yeah.
Anybody can paint. If you get one of these,
The color wheel. Yeah.
you'll know when your colors are going to look crappy together before you even put them on the miniature, and you just need to learn 4 simple techniques and have a steady hand, a good set of magnifiers. Uh,
Oh yeah, I look funny when I've got my little thing on. I can't wear my hat, or I have to put it on backwards because it doesn't look, it doesn't fit this way with the brim out. So, but
I honestly mostly when I paint, I got these cheap dollar store readers. That's all I use, and I've got the big expensive $20 whatever magnifiers. They're okay, but I don't paint enough like long periods, and I can't really wear them on camera because the light would freaking shine into the freaking camera, and that's the only reason to wear those light up goggles is because they have the light. And you've seen some of my paint jobs on Discord. I'm not the worst
yeah,
painter, not the best painter, but I get them table ready, and that's all you can hope for at this age. I mean, unless you got 10,000 hours to spend to learn how to be a great painter at your age, no offense, but I'm guessing you don't have that kind of time to dedicate to one hobby like that. This
no,
is
I got too
probably
many
like,
other damn hobbies.
yeah, it's a side thing. It's something you
Yeah,
want to do for fun, not to become a master.
it's
So
a it's
enjoy
a
this
it's a
you have
Zen
it.
thing for me when I'm
Exactly.
painting. It's just
It's
chill.
there was this famous episode of The Simpsons, and then I'm gonna let you guys go, where Homer starts making bird houses. Remember that one?
Oh, God, was that how long
Like
ago?
a
That had to be long
psychiatrist
ago.
or something told him to get a hobby, something like building birdhouses. So he starts building birdhouses, and I always kept that in me, for the relaxing, calming Zen nature, to just relax and be one with the miniature and let your imagination, think about the miniature you're painting and how you're going to use it in games and all that cool stuff, and just let all the other shit just, evaporate out of your body, enjoy it, and, hope that, you know, uh, you get to crush your opponents with it, or beleaguer your players, or you know
Or hope they're all farsighted and it looks really good to them no matter what. It's just like,
Hey, well, at least I can now say that I actually have played in a game using minis. So, up until November, I've been playing since '85, and we've always played Theater of the Mind. So, but I did play a game with some minis. I kept forgetting that the minis were there because I'm so used to not using them. But at CNY, we were using minis. So
yeah.
it
James,
I
it's
think
better than wasting your life watching the news like this fucker right here. I got to stop doing that. I'm going to go listen to some music before I hit the hay. Gentlemen, always a pleasure. Thanks for coming in. Uh,
sorry I'm
Chris,
late.
Chris, anytime you
Bringing
want to
up the
pop in,
rear.
you're welcome. Mike,
Yep.
it was good gaming with you this afternoon. I don't know about you, but I had a
Well,
blast.
yeah, I even told him that I had a really good time. It was fun.
Yeah. Yeah, I hope we can get him to do this like for like a year. Let's bug him and say, okay, we're going to do this for a year. We all signed in blood behind your back. We're going to play this game for a year. Um, and Death Angel, anytime you want to pop in,
Yeah, man.
just grab the link.
Yep.
Everybody in TV land out there, have yourself a wonderful weekend. Love you guys. I will see you
You guys.
Monday morning. Until then, happy trails. Good for you, James. Good night, folks.
Good night.